Hello, 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 folks. Thanks everyone for coming on by. Today we are finishing our Pairwise Sorter that we started but didn't complete last stream. And then, of course, we're also going to be doing some leak code and code wars alongside it all. But of course, we're going to start off with the leak code of the day. As usual, captions are available in the native player. Feel free to ask and suggest if you have any suggestions or questions. And without further ado, into the leak code of the day, which I will drop in chat. There you go, folks. Okay, so linked list, and it's a 2, and it's a medium, so it's going to be a good one, that's for sure. Let's see, so given the head of a singly linked list and 2 integers left and right, where left is always less than or equal to right, reverse the nodes of the list from position left to position right and return the entire reversed list. Hey, Gopher G, what's up? What's up? Thanks for coming on by. Appreciate your follow, like the last 24 hours too. Since you made it, might as well run you for you. Hope your Thursday's going well. And CSS is broken. Now CSS is working. We'll be out here just starting on the first, well, the leak code of the day. Yeah. The first time the CSS is always broken, but yeah, it's a little VS Code inspired. Basically, just generates from like a template of 4 different code things, stuffs your name under one of them, and then types it out. Yeah, pretty. I figured I might as well try to think of something unique, and I uniquely copied VS Code. Okay, so given the head, so gotta love it when they give you pictures, folks. So given a linked list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, amazing. Left 2 and right 4, return 1, 4, 3, 2. Hey, of course, always appreciate the lurkers. I'm always lurking myself, yeah. So we're given 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and expect to return 1, 4, 3, 2, 5. So we start at 2 and end at 4. So 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh no, this is position, not index. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So it is inclusive, and they are positions, not indexes. Okay, I think I actually understand this bit. So essentially, we need to traverse up until this point, and then this entire segment, well, I guess it's this entire segment actually, should be treated as its own linked list. But we'll need to keep this in memory. So we'll need to keep the next of the node at the position of right, somewhere in memory. So when we perform our reversal here, then we can reattach it to the next node here. So that's what I'm thinking. What's wrong with this thought process? So I guess suppose the cases for left is always going to be less than right. Are there any other restrictions? Oh, it is within the length of the list. That helps. Hey, DevMozzie, thanks for coming on by. Hope your Thursday's been going well. Those don't know, DevMozzie, fellow Hunter Devers, also does some cool projects and streams them. We're over here doing the leak code of the day. It's a medium, so gotta think through it before we jump straight in. Ooh, follow-up. Can I do this in one pass? Well, I will pass on doing it in one pass, but we'll see. Nope. Okay. That was accidentally missing. There you go. Feel free to mention if the balance is off for some reason. Weird. Okay, weird overlay stuff. Recently was messing with it. That's what I get. Whenever you touch something, it always breaks. 600. There we go. Fixed it. Okay, besides that, I think I got this problem understood. Basically reverse a sub-linked list of a larger linked list. So, I'm always going to need head. So, head's there. Let's start equals head. Then it'll be a for loop to traverse all the way to the start position. So, for let I equals 0. Don't really care about it. Just need to do it left times. Less than or equal to left I plus plus. Hey, that's okay, Dev Mozzie. That's what happens whenever I step away for a moment too. Just get rusty. I can't remember anything I remembered before, and you gotta, you don't jump straight in after you haven't been doing something for a while. You ease yourself in. It's like when working out, you gotta warm up. Brain's just another muscle, so it just needs to warm up like everything else. This is the leak code of the day, though, so I can't. If I miss it, I'll lose my streak. So I can't. I mean, I got 24 hours to do it, but still. So that's the gamification to keep it daily. Start equals start dot next. So essentially, we go forward that many times, and then maybe I can just reverse it for left minus right nodes, or it's right minus left nodes. So it would be 4 minus 2, reverse it for 2 nodes, which is how many are being reversed. Well, technically it's 3. Okay, so love good math. For let I equals 0, I less than or equal to right minus left I plus plus. So this is how many reversals we will do. Now let's think. This part here is essentially reversing a linked list. Just reversing a linked list. So let's see if I can goldfish memory how we do this. Let previous equals null. Because this is in my Anki, believe it or not. I have some of these easy problems in my Anki. Let's see if it has paid off. This is a tough one. Okay, so reversing these 2 nodes. Let's take this as an example. Where does start next come from? Is that a JS thing? Good question, Gopher. So on some leak codes and some actual interviews, they provide you a pre-built or a predefined data structure, which is essentially just an object, but it's JavaScripty, so it's an instance of an object. In this case, they provide us the linked list node class. It's written in ES5, but it's still here, so they create this for us, and this has a value of undefined or 0 or the value, and a .next property, which is where that .next is coming from, of null or whatever next is. Now the confusing part is that on LeetCode they show this as an array. That's a lie. They're not passing an array. What they're really passing is new list node 1, new list node 2, node 3, and 4, 5, and 6. So when they show 1, 2, 3, what they're really passing to your function is a new list node of that data structure. They just represent it as an array, which can be useful, but can also be confusing if like, for example, you have that question like that. So I think it's a LeetCode specific thing. Maybe other platforms do it too, but I haven't seen them. At least I haven't worked with them. But that is a good question, because it's like, where did I get next from? Yeah, of course. I'm always happy to explain, because this caught me up a whole bunch of times, and it still catches me up to this day when I'm like, wait a minute, is that an array Or are you just representing this as an array? Which makes it really tough to like do local tests. Okay, so I think the way it works is we need to set previous, current, and next. So there's a fancy way of saying, well, we don't have current, we have start. So that's the only difference. Prev start next equals, so previous equals start equals start.next, start.next equals start. Now this is very much a memorization as far as I'm concerned, because it's a very Code Wars, Leak Cody, shortened way of figuring out what does this look like. And then previous should be the rest of the reversed array. I'm gonna run code because I'm sure that's wrong. Final cycle in the list now. Yeah, that's wrong. Your input, std out. Okay. Previous should be the head. So start.next equals null. Maybe that needs to do that. Okay. So std out 4, 5. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. Previous was supposed to be 2, 3, 4, or 4, 3, 2 at the least. Okay, let's just slow our roll. Make sure we have the previous segment of code is doing as I expected. So if I console log start, this should be 2, 3, 4, 5. That zoom is taking up my real estate. 4, 5. Okay, math is hard, folks. Since I remember I said it but I didn't implement it, they are not giving us an index, they're giving us a position. So we need to do start at 1. I don't think that less than or equal to was what we wanted. There we go. Quick math. Now this might actually work now that we are doing this the correct number of times. Maybe the correct number of times. We'll see what it looks like. Two, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, and then I hit the next null. Okay, so obviously I have it wrong. Now, I could sit here and struggle, or I could go and Google it, or I can look at my previous solution to remember how I reverse a linked list. Well, that break is brought to you by Spectrum Internet. Maybe we'll give it one shot of try to remember it. So we have current node, then we need to set, we have next node. So we need current equals next, and then current next equals current. Now current next equals current. So I have start equals start next equals start. Ah, yeah, I'm doing real good at this. Well, how did I solve it before? It's past me when knew what they were doing. Might have actually been passed on stream too. What is it? So let me copy this over and see what exactly I got backwards. So aside from things being called current, which I can just rename. So start next became previous. Start next became start. Previous became start. I did have that part right. And then start became start next. So I had all of it right except for start next was supposed to become previous. So off by 1. I'm doing a mix of both Goofer G. It's, I'm doing at least the leak code of the day, and then I do generally Code Wars for the rest of the problems. And hey, thanks for coming on by, Quantum. This is not necessarily a special command for that, but we do have today and code if you want to see the code for today's main project. Hope your Thursday's been going well, by the way. Yeah, but it's mainly, it's just a leak code a day, just to, because that's what they're going to be asking, but I do generally enjoy Code Wars a bit more. Yeah. Okay, so let's see what's wrong here. So maybe I'm not supposed to do start next equals null then. Okay. So previous start next, previous equals previous. Well, that's not right. So start next is supposed to be previous. Previous is supposed to become start. And start is supposed to become start next. So I did do that part, right? And let's see if this looks good. Angry. So we reached the end, basically, which is something we should not have to handle for, because right is guaranteed to be less than or equal to n. So maybe I do less than how many times? Probably another off by one error. Gotta love them. Nope, that's not it. So start becomes start next. Start next. Okay, so usually I have this in a while loop. We're going to go ahead and also put this in a add it to our conditional to say as long as we have a node and we're doing it so many times. That's not working. Cannot set properties of null setting next. So start is null. Interesting. Okay, so thinking about it, I think I need start, but I need the one before start, so I need the previous one. So this will be, oh, not control D. That's how you like to rename stuff, but you ain't got that here on LeetCode. So what is this, prefix? There we go. Prefix. Yes, we'll do that, but we won't go up to the start. Now we still need the start, so const start will be prefix.next. Prefix, I know how to spell. What is the pairwise sorter? Oh yeah, so we kind of did that last time, but it didn't get necessarily finished. Basically what it does is it allows you to provide a list of options, a list of entries, and you can essentially user sort them. So traditionally, for example, if you have 10 items, that would require you to, if you were to say like is A greater than B, it would require 45 questions for a user to answer all A-B comparisons. But if you implement it smartly, so you kind of like a binary tree in which you can determine other sorts from sorts you've already asked, then in best case, you can sort a list of 10 items with 9 questions only. And they're all sorted just as they would be 45 questions. So what the Pairwise Sorter is essentially a full stack app that allows you to input lists and do all that sorting on the website with a little bit of authentication and stuff like that. And we will be getting onto that as soon as we knock out this LeetCode of the day, Quantum. And yeah, there's no readme because last stream it was tedious because I was like, we're going to do test-driven development, and it took 8 hours. I made no progress. Then I abandoned it during the last 2 hours to actually get it to a minimal viable product, which did not include a readme. That is one thing we'll be adding today, though. We'll be adding a readme. Of course, I appreciate it. I'm more than happy to. Again, that's past me's fault for not getting to the readme or any of that polish. Okay, so we have start here. Then I want to say const so start. So this is, previous is usually null. That's because we always start with an empty. So this is previous, and this is prev.next. Yeah, so that's not previous. Oh man, previous does change though, right? Do I work with Next.js or PostSQL? I've worked with both, actually. PostSQL, Postgres, however you want to say that. I worked with it a bit ago. More recently, I've been doing Next.js, MongoDB, NoSQL databases, but I have worked with Postgres in the past. So if I'm doing the math right, I won't need this logic, so let's fix that logic. And as cool as this is, I want there to be like a temp. I might not need a temp. Now let's see if we can just do this one by one. So we have the start. No. Ah, yeah, that's Next.js, Tailwork, Prisma, Postgres. Yeah, it's an interesting stack. I mean, there are lots of them getting Next.js involved now, and since it's to serve as the backend database too. So, yeah, it's cool seeing all these new stacks coming out. I think there's one called what, the T something stack. I don't remember it, but there's another one that also has a Next.js as a central part of it. Previous dot next equals start next. So which means all these gotta be lets, don't they? I think only this one need to be a let. I think that's start dot next. Since I just reassigned that, you need to be previous. Hey, thanks for coming on by, folks. Oh, wow, thanks for the raid there, Slip the Code. Hope your stream went wealthy in that. Thanks for coming on by. Those who don't know, fellow Hunter Devers also does some cool streaming. Is this the same one Rufio was doing? I don't remember, Wadekin. It could be. Hey, I'm glad you're feeling better, better than last week. And yeah, T3 is probably what it was, Quantum. And hey, Mavi, hey, Grat, Wadekin. Thanks everyone for coming on by. Hope the last bit of your stream was going good. Over here, we're doing the elite cut of the day. We're not struggling. We're not struggling yet. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Xenaba and Estrelix. Hope y'all's Thursday's been going well. Yeah, we're just doing this reverse linked list 2, which is essentially reversing a linked list, but part 2, if the title didn't give it away, but it's reversing only a subsection of the linked list. There you go, Grat Kane. Nice. Always a good time. Better late than never, right? Just to knock off that rust, get back into the groove. Yeah, I've been trying to maintain consistency, but jumping back into it's definitely the hardest step. So I have prefix. That's where that goes, and then prefix next equals start, and then finally start equals start next. Yeah, this is the moving forward part that we gotta do. Ooh, streaming services. Interesting to see films. How is that? So like you're gonna see that you have all the movies already, and then you would like show kind of like all the places you could watch that movie. Yeah, see films more than one service. That's in relational terms, a one-to-many relationship, because one movie can have many streaming services. Yeah, I mean, hey, that's a good reminder there, Grat Kane. Don't want to look inactive. But yeah, that's definitely an interesting, it's going to be a cool feature there, Sea of Films. I think they're like sets like Just Watch that you might be able to use. What is it? that also do what you are. Should I use a linking table? You could do that, see films. Yeah, it can be tough. Quantum. I think the show's. Let me see if this thing, Star Trek Discovery, because Just Watch. I think it's the site that kind of does what you're adding. Yeah, here it is. So you can see where you can stream it and buy it. So maybe you can use this as your data source. Seems to be. I mean, it's completer than I thought. Like Microsoft Store, they have TV shows. I didn't know that. Nice, Quantum, nice. Yeah, the backdating can definitely be a tricky procedure. That is for sure. I'm trying to think. We have to actually return the head, right? Oh, Control S. This ain't Code Wars. We can't Control S. Tutorial hell. Connor, that sucks there, Quantum. I'm sure you'll get out of it soon, but like, what makes you like in the tutorial hell? Is it just that you keep following, but not able to implement it yourself? That's generally what I see as tutorial hell. Ooh, found a cycle. Never liked cycles. Let real head equals head, because I think we need to keep the real head. That's a great variable name. And hey, thanks for checking it out, Darwaja. Cool little task tracker. You can add your tasks too. Okay, this should be right. Yeah, this is 0 because we want to do it this many times. I suppose we can go ahead and do the base case. If not head, turn null. That's not really our problem at the moment, though. Real head. Thing is, we're mutating head, so we need something pointing to head. Head holder, aka neck. There we go. It's going to be a new list node 0 with a next pointing to the head. We don't call it next, we call it head. Nice. One for each movie. That's a new column. That works. Just learning. Yeah. Okay, that's definitely. Yeah, I make sure to never learn too much at once. Like 50% old tech and maybe 50% new tech. Anything more can be super overwhelming for sure. And that gives me the original head. Sadness. Yeah, see films. I mean, you could change that column. Like if the shortest way might be just making that comma or that column a comma separated string. Just be a cheap way to store an array in there. Yeah, Quantum. That's a tough spot, especially when learning all the new technologies at once and not seeing where to put them all together. But I mean, at least of that stack, which is, yeah. I mean, I'm familiar with most of the stack. It's just the Tailwind part that I'm off with. Oh, you're learning React itself new, not just Next. Yeah, okay. React is a beast, folks. It is a whole thing. So no misunderstanding of why that's being tough. Let's see, prefix. Set this back to neck. And then prefix equals prefix next that many times. The start equals prefix. Yeah, swap it back around to here, because prev should be here. Yeah, start doesn't get modified, so const start. Pre doesn't get modified, so const previous. So this is prefix dot next, and this one is start next. What is the difference between var char and text? I'm Not sure exactly. I know it's very much a SQL data type. So, so varchar, you have to specify the length you want, like how many characters can go in there. And text, isn't that just an alias for varchar? It feels like just an alias, because I know in SQLite there is no varchar; it's just text. Okay, so text. Okay, so I was partially right. Text is basically a maximum size. Basically, it can have a maximum size. And 1 plus t, 2 plus c. It takes a little bit more space, and it can't be part of the index apparently. Want to get a sandwich? I mean, I don't use it much myself. It's essentially it's in relational databases. When you create a column, so in Mongo you can say, or Mongoose you can say this field is a string, but in databases you have to say what is the value of this column. So different columns of data, you have to specify what types goes in there. You got strings, you got numbers, you got other things. And there are different variations. So text is essentially just as much text as you can shove in there. But varchar is a thing where you can pass it a size. So if for example, if you're storing a first name, last name, you don't need to store 15 billion. You can store maybe 30, because no one's gonna have a name longer than 30 characters. Cross your fingers. So you can optimize your database size and apparently indexes for searching down to exactly what your data needs. And there are 15 variations: medium text, long text, whole kinds of different ways. I just go with if you know the maximum longest, you can go with varchar cfilms, but you can always go text and change it to varchar later after you fill it with data and see what the actual largest is. That's very much an optimization, and no point in optimizing without having first a measurement. Okay, so we'll say start next equals previous next. And then previous next equals start prefix next. And then prefix next goes back to previous. And then start doesn't equal start next, because that is a forward traversal. We're not forwardly traversing, we are reversing. So that would be previous equals start next. There we go. That might have been it. That part was backwards. No! Assignment to constant variable. That's not the worst in the world. No. Okay, hey, looks we don't have an infinite loop this time. That is progress. 3, 2, 1, 4, 5. So it worked. It's just we sorted this half of it. We're off by 1. So this -1 don't need to be there. Okay. There's probably 5 edge case tests. We're about to fail all of them. We can ditch those comments though. Do I need a neck now that I think about it? So if the -1 was not the neck. Now that I don't have the neck, I can just say head. I thought I needed that to preserve our access to the head. I don't think we do. Hey, we did not need that. Watch it be like, we did need that. Okay, so start next, previous next. Okay, so breaking this down, first we prefix all the way up to the 1 before it. So our prefix is 1. Then we get left minus 1, 1 minus 1. Nope, our prefix is the head. So this is 1. Then our start so this is P. Then our start becomes 4. And then our previous, which is our R, becomes 3. Then we say start next becomes previous next, so that points to this one, which cuts off of that. Then we say previous next, so this line goes to prefix next. So this one goes, wow, this is getting good now, to here, cutting off this line. Then we say previous equals start next, so previous equals start next, which points R back to here. Ooh, I barely got that. What tools would help improve your website? Well, I mean, it depends on what your goals are, films. Like, it seems like you basically have met your goals, but like, when you mean tools, you mean tools to develop your website or tools to go on your websites? Allow me to step aside. The expert, Gratkin, is here. You obviously need some floats. Wow, why do I even say anything, huh? Floats is the tool you need. Runtime error. Big yikes. Cannot read thing of null. Okay, so we have like an empty list or a list of length of 1. So if no head or no head.next. This is probably what the neck existed for. Then return whatever the head was. This is my fault for not using the example test cases. But yeah, for a more serious answer, it depends on what you want your site to do more of or what you're prioritizing. Sadness. 3, 5, 1. Okay, so these are the edge cases I mentioned. Huh. Would MERN-stuck help your website maintainability? Well, maintainability is essentially like the ability to add new features and, add new data to it. So, I mean, you're already on a stack, which I assume is LAMP or like Linux something, PHP or whatever. I don't really see how transferring a whole stack would necessarily. I mean, that new stack would have to offer a whole lot of benefits for you to put in the effort of not only rewriting everything to a new language, JavaScript and all that. So, I'm not sure. I mean, is maintainability an issue that you're encountering? Then maybe. And yeah, Mavi, I don't doubt it. Okay, films, that's all pretty interesting. Is that something that PHP is not allowing you to do, or is it making it difficult to do? And you can see that the MERN stack would allow you to do all this better or easier. Because remember, MERN stack isn't just JavaScript, it's also it's Express, which does a lot. It's a framework that does a lot of this for you. So maybe you can look for an equivalent PHP framework to give you the equivalent, basically, framework that the MERN stack would give you. I'm not saying not go MERN, I'm just saying if you've already invested time, maybe there's a shorter investment to get what you want. Okay, so what's this logic here? So I got this. Maybe I do need a neck. Const neck equals new list node 0 head prefix equals neck. No, that's not how we type that. Neck.next. Then we don't I-1, we do the whole thing. For this test case, thankfully, when they provide it, you can just copy it down into your own code. So, with a list node of 3, 5, a 1, and a 2, does it work? Okay, so we did need the neck. We might not need this part. Let's leave it there. There we go. It was a bit brute forcey, folks, but we did get through the elite code of the day. Let's go see the proper way to do it now. 90,000 votes or views. Reverse the list using 4 pointers. Dummy pre-start then. Hey, this isn't too bad from what I did. Dummy. Wow, okay. That was very on the nose. Ooh, a drawing. Let's see if there are any JavaScript solutions. Easy.js. Can you get away from a clickbait title like that? So start current. So they didn't need to use a neck. So basically a for loop here. Start current. Current equals current next. Okay. Previous equals null. Tail current. Classic while loop. Reversal. This is kind of what I wanted to do, but I couldn't figure it out. Okay, so your films, well, I mean, maximizing the maintainability is very much a time component thing. So, is it easy to add new features? Is it easy to make updates to the data, to change the little things here and there? If the answer to that is no, or if the answer to that is it would be if I were using this different stack, then maybe it will be worth the upfront investment to convert all to a new stack so you can get that long-term maintainability. But that's a question only you can answer, because you're the one who's comparing the previous or the current code base to what you imagine the next code base will look like. Yeah, you could definitely use like you don't have to go one way or the other too. Like you're pointing out, Mavi, you can mix and match too. Yeah, it depends on like what part. So math, statistics, analysis, and visualization. I mean, that's kind of a good mixture of front and back end set. So visualization, obvious front. Analysis, you can do it on the front or the back. Math, statistics can be done on both, though I guess you would probably want to do that on the back end since math based and all that. Some of its maintainability. You could also be getting into the position in which you are you don't have enough information, and that information being experience. So you won't know if it's going to be more maintainable or less maintainable on under a different stack or a hybrid stack until you try it and compare it. So it'll be an investment in time to both actually figure it out for this project and for all future projects of how it will change. Yeah, man, I know. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it could be anywhere from 0 to 20,000, right? Quantum. I know for a good fair amount of us, 100 devs is where it's at. The MERN stack, not necessarily the fancy new stacks, but it's free, and the whole community of folks learning little niche things to can ask questions to. But with that leak code, we are 28 minutes past the break, so this is the part where we do take the break. And I will catch you all on the other side of said break. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax. That's not how I start the break. Yep, be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. Catch you on the other end where we will actually get on to our project. I love it. Yeah, I'm crossing my fingers, Quantum. I'm hoping we will. I'm hoping we'll have class tonight. If we do, I'm gonna raid into it. If we don't, then I'll just find someone to raid, or maybe this will be a long stream. I don't know. Time will tell. I mean, we'll know by what? 30 minutes before. I think we'll know. So, yeah, hopefully. Though I'm not in no rush. I much prefer Leon take all the time he needs for him and the fam and all that. Yeah, it could. I mean, I did too. But I don't want them to come back earlier than they feel like they need to, because we're good. We have all the tools we need. It's just the extra little things that extra on top that to get stuff. So we have all the tools we need. Leon got us that far before he had to break. But so yeah, I much rather than what's the thing that game developers say? You can release a bad product only once or something like that when they're like crunch time with their push to develop games and release them sooner than they should be. So much rather him take as much time as he needs. And now I gotta take my break. On back, folks. Let's jump right on into the project. Before we do that, though, and yeah, you're right, Mavi. We not only do we have all the tools we need, but we've learned how to learn, so we can continue to evaluate our experience with React, SQL, TypeScript, Sass, basically anything you need. The world is our oyster at this point. Before we jump in the project, I looked at the schedule. I swear I did, folks. I didn't see them on it, so obviously the schedule's broken, so I'll try to figure that out later. But our fellow streamer Melody Dev is out there. They're also doing some cool stuff. I'll just see if that's the command. There's the command. Yep. You can go watch them, watch both at the same time. I think they might be doing the she codes. Let me see. Wow, they haven't even started yet. Yeah, when they do start, they'll be doing the she codes things, which is kinda, I don't know, I think it's somewhere similar to Front End Mentor. It's like a thing you could follow through. I don't know, I've just seen their projects, and Melody does them, and they look good. I don't know. They're cool. For you to go check them out. Okay, on to our projecto though. So let's start up in MongoDB server. I think I still have, yep, that's where my old database was. So I'm starting a local instance of MongoDB. Turning on the highlighter for y'all folks, and npm run dev. There we go. Our server is started on the port. Okay, so we got an error. We'll figure that out in a moment. Let's see what we get here. Would templating out a website be more maintainable and faster running in client side or service side? Example, navbar. If it depends what you mean. So maintainability is, again, very much dependent on the code base, but faster, if you're talking faster for the client, then doing it on the server side, so sending them all the generated HTML, basically server side rendering it, kind of like what you're doing with PHP, would probably be the fastest for the browser to process. Maintainability, they both approaches can be equally as maintainable, I believe, C-Films. It's less about which side you're doing it on, it's more about what you're doing it with. So we were going to develop features, folks, but we're now, we're bug hunting. So let's set that timer up, and let's hunt down this bug. So, cannot destructure ID of undefined, as it is undefined, on line 11. So apparently, when the JWT is invalid, this thing is undefined. So what you want to do is you want to say, so you want to take this and be like, what do they call it? So they have a verified callback, which gives you a decoded. So we will use decoded, and then we will say ID equals new ID. It's decoded dot underscore ID, and the rest of it just shove it back in the object. Though in this order it will be overridden, so we need to spread it first. So that way our explicit underscore ID overrides the underscore ID already in request.user. Let's see if that, forgetting to turn all the things on today. It's okay. Let's see if that does what we want. So we come here and refresh JWT expire. This is actually a pretty great error, because last time we touched this was like a week ago, so it makes sense it's expired. Hey Jim, how's it going this Thursday? Hope it's going well. We just finished the leak code of the day, and we're now moving on to our pairwise sorter, finding out that our middleware doesn't really handle expired tokens too well. So we're gonna figure that out. I guess we might as well add this as a thing, since we're here. Handle expired tokens. So that's what we're doing right now. So at some point, we're calling all this fun stuff. Get secret. Nope. Parse token, handle token. Right, so VS Code cannot see, so we have to find it ourselves. So we're accessing the home page. So this should be in routes at the home page. We're saying handle token, and then take me to the home page. Understandable. So if the token has an error, basically, we pass it on to the error handler via the next function. When in reality, if the token is expired, we want to clear it out. Hey, thanks there for the follow there, Shaha. Sha. Hope your day is going well. I mean, yeah, React in itself could also. It very much depends on what you're going for C films, and Next.js is a pretty good solution in React. It's a front end and back end all in one. Yeah. Is there anything Next.js is doing wrong in the world? I have yet to find out. Okay, so what we want to do here is basically our handle token needs to not freak out when it's expired, or for any error really. So handle token needs to be like, hey, when there's an error, just give me a new token. So if error or you ain't got a token, well, that's gonna happen anyway. So we'll just log the error. If error console error, go Copilot. Yeah. So we don't care if you have an error. Ignore the error and move on. There we go. Errors have been ignored. We are moving on. Yo, Sash. Hope your Thursday is going well. CDEF. Yeah, I remember that user. We got it. Server-side generated and server-side rendered aren't great. It's not Ben. Yeah, Quantum. I tried to use Ben. Apparently, you need like blazing new hardware, not from 2012 though. So beware. If you're trying to use Ben on old hardware, it's gonna yell at you and be slow. I mean, yeah, it could be a lot better. I know, Sasha's or Sha, but it does a lot of defaults well, which for most people who don't want to spend days messing with config files, it's a pretty good balance. And you can just pick it up, go, and it kind of just automatically does most of it for you. But yeah, for like with any tool, you're not going to get super optimized unless you really dig in there and maybe do some manual stuff. Yeah, I've seen that chart. This is a diagram by Theo or someone, also here on Twitch, where they're basically like, if it's all static, Astro's the way to go. If you get some dynamic stuff, Next, stuff like that. Is this a game of some sort? Hey, Jim, there you go. So basically what this is it's a way to sort list in a way that you ask the least amount of questions possible. So I'll go ahead and demonstrate it actually. So let's add the letters of the alphabet. Let's add numbers, because my god, letters was difficult. So adding numbers. And this is all, what do you say? No client-side JavaScript. I wanted to make an effort to not do client-side JavaScript. So we have an unsorted, man, that was horrible. I entered them in order. I don't need to sort them, do I? What's with the UI? There is no UI. Is it a logic puzzle? So it does require logic, but it's logic that allows you to sort a list without having to do all the mental effort of figuring it out. So there is no UI. That's why it's bad. There's literally, I think, one bit of CSS. So with this, so we have 5 numbers, and you can see they're very much unsorted at the moment. And we want to sort them. So you go to the sorting page, and this is where the user has to answer between these two values, which is greater. Was one greater than the other, or are they equal? Now with numbers, this is obviously easy. But for example, if you had, where do I want to go eat tonight? Instead of having a list of 5 options and trying to compare mentally, you're presented with 2 options. It makes the comparison a lot easier. So 3 is less than 4. 5 is greater than 4. 2 is less than 4. 2 is less than 3. 1 is less than 4. 1 is less than 3. 1 is less than 2. The more values you have, the more. And boom, it automatically sorted it based on your, essentially a decision tree, Jim, just for sorting. So now I only had 5 items, so I got like 5 questions. But the more items you have in a list, the more optimized this becomes. So with 10 items, you would have to ask 45 questions to explicitly sort all of them. But using the pairwise sorting algorithm, at best case, you can ask 9 questions to sort all 10 items. Now, of course, it sometimes can be worse. The worst it can be, I believe, is 22 questions, but that's still half of the maximum 45 for 10 items, so it's still an improvement either way. That's what this does. And hey, Leo DePenrose, thanks for the follow. Hope your Thursday's been going well. Yeah, Ty. We if you're wondering why it's such a broken state, last stream I was like, I want to do test-driven development and only test-driven development because everyone's singing its praises. And I spent 8 hours doing test-driven development. I got basically nowhere, so I abandoned it for 2 hours and finished the rest of the MVP. And now here, we're just going to finish out the rest of the MVP. Make it look good, as Shash has mentioned. Gonna add a somewhat UI, a few more features, a GitHub, as Quantum pointed out, and just generally make this look not like garbage. First thing we did is we fixed an error. We're error fixers already. Fix expired token error. So fix token error deadlock. And of course, we are trying to be somewhat semantic here. Updating the cool things. Yeah, I mean, maybe, hey, I'm not saying test-driven development is bad. I'm saying I'm bad at test-driven development. Just not for me, you know? Oh, apparently I got a console login here. I mean, I love tests. I just write them after the fact. Because here's our next feature. When we log in, we want to automatically open the previously interacted list. So I guess I'm going to have to go to my list of lists, and when I log out to ABC, our favorite user, ABC, DEF, now you know ABC's password. Hey, it takes you automatically to the alpha list. If we go back to our list of lists, we can say another one. We create this list. Now if we log out and we log back in, ABCDF, we should go to another one. There we go. But if we go back to alpha and we say add another number, 10, and we just do some sorting, 10 is greater than 3. It's also greater than 5. That was actually a pretty good demonstration. So it took all of our values and it went binary search. So it, instead of asking is 10 greater than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it cut the field in half. That's the smart way of doing it. It went straight to the middle like binary search and says, does it belong up here or down here? And then once we told it it was greater than, it's like, okay, so it doesn't belong up here. It belongs somewhere down here. Then it asked the next question, which I guess math put it here. We had to ask one of the two, so asked it, and then 10 was greater than them. Now, what is the tool I use to draw on screen? So I'm running Pop OS, so you might not be able to find it unless you're running Pop OS, or specifically GNOME, but it is called Draw on Screen 2. That's a very super title thing. Let me find a link to it for you. So if you're not on Linux, this ain't gonna help, but if you are, then you can use the exact same thing. It basically, I don't know the other platform equivalents of it, but I hit a keybind and it allows me to just draw a bunch of stuff on the screen, different things. I don't use the other features that much though. Yeah, on Windows. I'm sure Windows has got a feature for it too. I mean, Windows is a bit more mainstream, so I'm sure there's a screen drawing thing that's available for you. I just don't know it. If anyone does though, I appreciate the share. Because you're not the first person to ask it. Ooh, sadness. Very, very much sad. We were supposed to go to the ABC list. We went to another one. So let's fix that. So I knew I had this to do on here for a reason. Test public controllers. There we go. So we have a list homepage. Here it is. So we are going through all of our list. We're getting the last modified, and we're doing stuff. The stuff ain't working though. So let's just console log modified. See what is up there. Do I work anywhere or stream full time? Well, so I'm part of 100 devs. I think you already saw it, but if you didn't, I mean, you might actually be in there yourself. So I'm currently part of 100 devs, so I'm not working anywhere just yet. I am freelancing until I get a full, job. But I am streaming, just a little bit, just to, just for the experience and such. I'll let you borrow the HTML Canvas Pictionary board. I mean, boom, there you go. You see? If you ain't classes back tonight, did that just... Nice, I'm glad to hear it. Was that on Twitter, or am I just blind? I can't see it on the Discord. But hey, I'm glad to hear it either way. I assumed this one would be coming. I felt like this one wouldn't be canceled. Hey Ryan, and yeah, we're all hoping class is back tonight. So I'm new to programming. I'm generally familiar with technology, so 100 Devs wasn't my first exposure to programming and stuff. Like, I knew a little bit of it. He said it from the last one. Yeah, well, he also said it from the one before that. Sides, no pressure. What are these gray hints to the right of some lines? Okay, so let me catch up. Yeah, I'm a little bit new to programming. I've been self-taught up until this point. Now I'm, 100 Devs, my first structured education, being community taught now. And thanks for coming on by, Cardiac HS. So these gray hints, what these are, what are they called? Breadcrumbs? Well, yeah, Sash, I'm, I'm massaging it so I look a lot more experienced than I physically am. I'm just, like, sure, I have 10 years of experience. Experience doing what? Don't ask. Just so, every interview asks for 5 years of experience. So if they're going to boost their numbers, I'm going to boost my numbers. But these hints, so there's an extension, so I'm finally getting to it. There's an extension that allows you to, we're all retired COBOL enthusiasts, if that's what it works, right? I think it's called breadcrumbs. Oh gosh, what's it called? So it's a good question, Cardiac, and it's on me for not knowing what this is called. And I'm going to find it, because you're not going to be the first one to ask it. Do I do binary coding? If you're talking about binary search, that website, I do it a little time. But I don't code in zeros and ones, because no one's paying me to. Ooh, biscuits. I think biscuits is what it's called. There we go. Oh, I don't know what this is. I don't think this is it. I think these are biscuits, at least what these things are called, but I honestly don't know. We'll find out. But what they indicate basically the code at the beginning of a block, just commented out in kind of a gray thing at the bottom of it. Yes, I think a streamer actually made it. Yep, you got it. It was probably the same one that made Comfy.js. I don't know their thing at the moment, but or it could have been CM Griffin, one of those classic streamers around here. Okay, I think that was it, because I turned it off, and they're gone. Nope, they're still here. Well, I don't know what extension this is. I know I have it installed, and I have 216 of them. I don't know, C-Films, we ain't got no gravy. Well, yeah, I get to disable a few extensions that I wasn't using. That's always fun. Oh, this is what I get for having so many extensions. Yeah, for sure, Mavi. You're not gonna see that like you experience coding in zeros and ones. Hey, thanks for coming on by, Jake Pet. Hope your Thursday is going well. HTML hint? Nope, that's not it. Django, no. There are only 200 here. We'll find it. JS Biscuits. I mean, I don't even have that one installed. Oh, what is it? Yeah, I kind of feel like the opposite. You can see some people are like, oh, I have 3 extensions. Like, I've installed literally almost all of them. Hey, there you go. It is groovy. Gosh, which one is it? Oh, we're over halfway, folks. Don't worry. Well, I don't actually know. Huh. Now I'm asking all of you, what extension is this? Version lens, no trailing, no. Huh. I literally don't know. Let's see. Huh. How would I figure that out? I can try code without. It just shows me the normal stuff when I hover over it. I'm going to try to launch without extensions to see if that is an actual extension. Yeah, code disable extensions. That's what I want. We launch right here. I mean, okay, there are a bunch of them that I don't care for. Yeah, I do have like a preference of ones I do care for, though. Error lens being number 1. You know what? This is actually a great time for my. So, if maybe by the end of this, I can sort all my extensions by the ones I most like. That's the one I least like using the Pairwise Sorter. Okay, so it looks like it very much was an extension because they ain't here now. Which means I don't know which one it was. What could it be? Yeah, biscuits is what I heard of it being called. Quokka. Yeah, Quokka doesn't do anything without enabling, and it definitely wouldn't be able to run the server-side code. Oh, now where is it? Okay, it's still activating. Hey, Aaron. Thanks for coming on by. Those don't know, Aaron, really cool streamer. They are the master of the bears. It's gotta be one of these folks, right? Biscuits. Nah, all those are disabled. Yeah, hope your Thursday's been going well, Aaron. We over here, so we did leak code of the day, and now we're doing this cool thing where you can, it's dead, Jim. It's dead. npm run dev. I'm probably gonna turn the Mongo server on. So we're fleshing out this little project where you come here and you can have a list of a bunch of random stuff, and then you can go in sorting mode and it will ask you questions efficiently so it can sort it for you based on direct comparisons. So if I reset 10, for example, and we click sort, it's going to ask, is 10 greater than 3? It is. Is 10 greater than 5? It is. And then, boom, the list is sorted. So instead of asking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions, where does 10 go? It's smart. It cuts it in half, asks only 2, and then boom, your thing is sorted exactly where it needs to be. It was CM Griffin. Yeah, I knew it was one of those, Sash, but it's not the one I'm using, though. Okay, we'll go Well, now what we're doing, Aaron, is I'm trying to figure out what extension I have that adds these cool little things. Characterization files, clang, code runner. This is the last time I'll look through it. Then I will get an answer for you, Cardiac. I just won't be able to get it for you. If I can't get it now, I won't be able to get it for you this stream. Dependency, diff, docker. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's more useful for like long things where you can like, it shows you where it's, so it's like it's able to identify where the blocks end and begin. It's like for this one, it's line 19 to 42. What's the beginning line of this bracket? It's all this junk right here. Yeah, I have too many extensions. I can't figure out which one's doing the magic. Flat editor? Nope, not that. I have too many extensions. JSTS annotation. Maybe it is. Annot. Get lens. Biscuits. No. I don't know. I think I'm just going to manually look through the list one more time. Bracket lens. Oh! Cardiac, you came in here with... Wait, where is it? Bracket lens. Okay, you answered your own question, Cardiac. Would you look at that? The extension is bracket lens. There you go. Good job, Cardiac. So yeah, it shows the bracket header on a closing bracket. Cool extension, folks. Are there examples of pairwise sorting? I like mine. You like mine. Yeah, I appreciate that, Jim. There aren't that I'm aware of. Like I'm calling it pairwise sorting. It's also called comparative sorting. Like, I couldn't find, at least like that's kind of why I made this site. I couldn't find like an equivalent, basically, of like what I'm looking for. But yeah, answered your own question, Cardiac. It is bracket lens. Yeah, you can customize this all you want. I didn't customize it. I just let it fly, and yeah. There we go. With that, we can do some console log to see what is up here. So we wrote some code. Now we're gonna log in and see what happens. Yeah. Cardiac, the hero of the extensions. Yeah, I mean, hey, process elimination is progress, Samavi. Okay, so we logged in, and aha, here's our problem. So our data, one of them is a number, another one's a date object. That ain't right. So that's very wrong, actually. So someone entered a number, someone entered a date. Let's see which is which. So we have the ID of 16F or 1B7. So 1B7 is another one, and this one said it was modified last. Okay. Modified at. Let's go look at this. I am in my controller file. That is a new date. Modified at. Setting it to now, which is a new date. That is a new date. So all those things are correcto. I'm guessing a math.min converts it to numbers at some point. So if we just say, be numeric, we do that to all the things using the unary plus operator. It converts them all to numbers for us. So if we log out and log back in, we're still at the wrong one, but now they're both numbers, which is nice. Now it still says this one is greater than this one, which is a lie. So let's figure out why it's a lie. I wonder if we can just do some debugging, because this is going to be a bit of effort to figure out. Yeah, let's try to debug this. Open up the JavaScript debug terminal, cool VS Code feature. I just say npm run dev. I want to put my breakpoint over here. There we go. For those who don't know, if you use the built-in JavaScript debug terminal, which you can access probably 10 different ways, but I do it by clicking the little down arrow and then clicking JavaScript debug terminal. If you run a JavaScript command, it will automatically put VS Code in debug mode, and you don't need to figure out how to attach it. This is server-side code or any of that. And now if I go here and I log out, big yikes. What's this doing? We're not supposed to be here now. Okay, we're logged out. I guess when you log out, stuff happens. Darn past me, why did I write it like that? There we go. Now that we've logged in, turn off word wrap because we need real estate. You can traverse through all the things. So now we have list. There we go. List modified at. That is a date object, but when we do the plus, it becomes the number. So this is the alpha list. Wow, okay. It's the process of thinking about the code, which makes it that much obvious. We want the maximum. We don't want the minimum. That's why everything's wrong. Didn't even need to use the debugger. Just realized I was wrong. And boom, we're going to the right list. Stuff is supposed to happen when you click on things. That is right, Jim. That is the general outlook of most things. Stuff is supposed to happen. So I got a console log, so I'm going to stitch that. There we go. And with that, it is working. I'm going to exit debug mode because it's a little bit expansive. npm run dev. And with that, we have completed that task. I just realized the highlighter turned off. So, check. Now let's update all of the things and make our commit. Fix initial list on login being incorrect. That's a good message. We made 2 changes. First, we converted them all to numbers for uniformity. Then we use max instead of min because we want the latest, which is the largest number. And with a git commit, and we will go ahead and push that. Okay, progress is made. Now there's some more stuff we want to do. I got a whole bunch of things to do, but let's take from the top of the list. View all list answers. So essentially, I want to have another section, so literally another unordered list, I think. I'm not going to go too fancy, where you can see where essentially the sorting view, but it's a read-only version of it, where you can see the left option, the chosen option, and the right option. It's read-only, so you can't change it. You can reset it though, a little reset button, but besides that, just for viewing purposes. So that, I believe, is going to be in our view, because this is on my list. So on my controllers, we have, let's fold all this down, turn screencast back on, we have view list. What did I call this? I called it get list. Yep, so essentially, if there's no list, we 404 it. If there is a list, then we render the user, the list, progress, and the current order. Now, if we go, let's go to the other list. I do believe there's a rendering issue on order. There we go. So when there's nothing in the list or nothing's ordered, we get this little list item here that basically doesn't need to exist. Let's fix that first. So we are using EJS here with just a splash of templating. We are modifying the list view. Would a drag and drop UI work well with this? Maybe, Jim. So looking at the real list, it's like the drag and drop UI. The reason that, like, because I've used drag and drop UIs before. Like most list things have the ability to drag and drop. at least for sorting, I feel like it's not like it doesn't work well with the algorithm because like so you have all these numbers right here, so you have them all here, and you want to now imagine the list is larger. Say there are 10 items here. You have to visually look at all of them yourself to put 10 before 1. But then 1 is also in the wrong place, so 10 and 1 need to be dragged together to go before 2, but then 5, that needs to now drag down. It's a pain to refresh and get their new locations compared to others. Yeah, I mean, I kind of wanted this just as a proof of concept to be no client-side JavaScript, so that is part of the challenge or the restriction that it's all refreshive, not single-page application. So, yeah, I'm not really seeing an improvement on a way to get rid of that. Oh, you meant drag and drop. Yeah, for sure. That drag and drop would be converted to my comparison. Yeah, good point. Thanks for coming by the way, programming. Hope your Thursday's been going well. Yeah, because that would be a refresh every drag and drop. Good point. Very good point. Plus, I just think this is the like. There's no scope creep. It's a good feature, but not for. There are other list features that always do the thing. Hey, yeah, I'm glad to hear. Lurking or mowing? That's the first time I've heard someone mowing and watching a stream there. I'm trying to think. This question mark thing exists for a reason, right? So if I don't have the question mark thing, there's fire. Yeah. Whoop, there very much is fire, which means, so list items I. Now order is just like an array of numbers, so I don't understand why this is actually failing. So list items, this is a cheap little way of spitting stuff out, JSON stringify of list items, and do a little closey thing. So list items is empty, trying to access the 0th of it, does not work. I mean, it won't work when I have an item. Hey, Jack Tree Coding, thanks for coming on by. Yeah, it seems well today. We're all excited for class. Spit that thing out. DEF. 50% sorted. Let's see if that looks right. So first I'm going to be kind of optional. So if there is no list item, then it won't render it. So curly thingy if basically if it exists. Then go Copilot. Yeah, Copilot knows how to write EJS, folks. Who would have thought? Let's see, so that's doing its thing there. I think that's right. Go ahead and do a sort. They're equal. 50% goes to 100%. There you go, that seems accurate. If we do the reset, it goes away, and if we delete the items, yeah, the thing's gone. Okay, horrible UI side. This is what I want. I no longer need to stringify the order though. And for the actual feature we're going for, view all the list answers. Now, I have this available as comparisons, and while I could JSON console logger, I will just JSON stringify list dot comparisons. I know how to spell. It's an empty list. There's nothing in here. But when I look at this one, hey, look at all that raw data. So we have, let's make that a little more readable. How do we do this? Undefined, then 2 spaces, right? And that won't render correctly because we are not in a pre. This is the only use of the pre tag, folks. There we go. Beautiful JSON in our HTML. So essentially what these are comparisons. So if the left item was the first key, so we got left and then you get right. Then the result is, -1, +1, or 0 if they're equal. I've created that and modified that. I don't need a modified that. I don't know what past me was thinking, but past me was wrong. So let's just find all the modifieds at and get rid of them. Yeah, the items need a modified at because that can change, but you don't need that. There we go. Creating a list. Lists can be modified. Creating an item. Items can be modified. What's this? When you create an item, you set the modified date to now of the list, correct? And here it is. When creating a new comparison, you do not get a modification date. So, that was a little cleanup there. But now what we want to do is traverse all of these and build out an array, essentially. So, an array is going to have 3 attributes. A, which is going to be our this ID. So, this will be A. Then we're going to have B, which is going to be this ID. And then the rest of these attributes will just trickle along to the rest of the object with a spread, I think. I think that's the plan. Now, where will I do this? I can do it on the front end, but my gosh, that would be complicated. So we're not doing it on the front end. We're doing it on the back end. So this will be, what do we call, denormalized comparisons. So on our list view, driving our controllers, list, let's say const denormalized comparisons equals not an object, an array. Let's see if Copilot can write it. So for key, other key, what are we pushing? Copilot knows what to write. It's also writing extra stuff, but that's okay. We'll take what we need and get rid of the rest. So, A is list items AID, list items BID. We already had the ID though, so A and B are just A and B. Copilot went a little extra ham there. Now the rest of it is from list comparisons A, B, but we don't need to hard code it. We can use the spread operator to just say, give us all the things. Good. Now we have this. We can pass it straight on to our EJS data object. And we'll just console or JSON stringify it to see what it looks like. There we go. This is exactly what I wanted. We have A and B, result, A and B result, A and B result. Now we want to sort these by created at, because we want to see the most recent at the top. So again, who wants to sort them? The backend wants to sort them. Backend will sort them right here. Yes. Oh, Copilot knows what I want. So I want newest to oldest. So I want this to be descending, not ascending, because that's how timestamps work. Which means, am I self-taught? Well, Edward X, I'm a little bit self-taught. Like, I knew a few things before coming and joining 100 devs. But since they've been, just learning enough to do what I wanted, not necessarily having a fully fleshed out experience. So now I'm more fully fleshed out with a curriculum of the 100 devs and all that. So now I'm community taught. So a little bit of both, Edward. Hope your Thursday's been going well, by the way. Okay, so I think we got that working. Probably got to read it, don't I? So at the top here, we got created 721. At the bottom, we should have Well, we created all these just now. There we go. So 1907-44, 1907-41, 1852. Yep, so the newest one is at the top. This is exactly what I want. Now once we have these denormalized comparisons, we're going to go loop through them. So we have unsorted. We're going to have another little section. H2 comparisons. We'll watch Copilot write it for me. Yeah, comparison name. That's not right. So we're going to make a little div similar to what we did in our other view of compare EJS. What's this? Okay, yeah, here it is. So div class comparisons, which contains a div, a UL, and another div. So a div, a UL of all the options, which will just will all be disabled and stuff, and another div. Oh, this all goes inside here though. Then another div. There we go. So we have all three things. I think the way we did it was we'll have to look it up. Hey, purple timer it is. Thanks for coming on by, Grandpa. Random is purple, apparently. Just in time for the break. I think we're going to get this feature in before we take said break, though. So, let's say, hope your Thursday is going well, by the way. We're over here working on our pairwise sorter, finishing it out. So it'll be what? List dot items. Then I need to look at the item by that ID. So it'll be list dot items find item dot ID triple equals comparison A dot name. Oh, okay, you got overridden. Now we're on aqua or teal or cyan. That's A. And that's a B. Very bad, but it's server, so no one cares. I didn't know you streamed, Grandpa. Oh, that's cool. Some Terraria. Man, I fired up Terraria earlier today. Had a half hour to burn. Good catch on that, right? Timer color wars. I mean, it's if y'all want to spend the points. Hey, G Bounty. Hope your Thursday's going well. We out here just finishing this little feature before our break of showing our previous comparisons in the pairwise sorter. Da 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 da. Auto format. Ooh, don't auto format EJS. It ruins it. Okay, Cardiac, thanks for the posture check. Yeah, programming all those time sinks now, huh? Terraria always be there. Yeah, thankfully. Because we made the 3 buttons. Now we want to do something. Well, they're all disabled, first of all. If all the buttons are disabled. Got that part. Now we have a bit of logic here that's going to be chosen or selected. So it'll be some kind of class equals ternary logic. So this will be if comparison dot result triple equals -1. So if it's the selected, then it's this, otherwise it is an empty string. Selected is a good enough class name for me, and we want to duplicate this on all 3. While this isn't going to visually do anything, especially when it breaks, because list comparison is not what we want to do. And we do want to add a delete button here. Ella. Yeah, small world, ain't it, folks? List comparison ID delete. Uh-oh. I don't think that's a valid path. Because I want to delete a comparison between two different things. Comparisons don't have IDs, though. Oh, I can't see. Let's look at the routes, though, because we have list, value, value, delete. So we have list, value, value, delete. That's to delete the item, not a comparison. So what I want is list, value, A, B, delete. Okay, here we go. Or I want reset, actually. Yeah, a lot of come and go. I mean, I haven't been here that long, but even I've seen the lots of folks coming in and going for sure. G Bounty. So I think, yeah, I want the list. I want both. Then I want delete. I want reset. What does delete specifically deletes the item, resets the comparison. In this case, I want it reset. Even though it is technically deleting a comparison, reset is the verb that I want the consistency to remain. Because I'm calling it reset here for when the comparison gets removed. Delete is when the entity is no longer in existence. So list AB reset is the thing I will have. Then this is not compare items, it is reset item? What's this do? Already exists. Oh, really? I mean, I guess that it can be a reason for it, G Bowie. I obviously haven't had that experience myself yet, but man, that sucks. I think we're going to call this reset comparison, though. Comparison AB reset. Man. Well, hopefully I maintain this luck, I suppose, but yeah, I mean, maybe they'll come back eventually. You never know. You never know. Yeah, I mean, even I've seen a few of from the first cohort and stuff of 100 devs that were, they were streaming while they had the time, but as the time disappeared, because they're now getting paid for their time, they can't, stream as often. And I definitely don't really blame them at all for that, because that is the end goal, to get a job and all. It happens. I plan on at least being able to do the weekly stream. Maybe it won't be 10-hour streams, but it's gonna be at least keep my weekly streams going. Yeah, for sure. Hey, there you go, Ryan. Appreciate you coming on by. Good luck with that. If I don't catch you before then, I'll see you next time. Yeah, for sure, programming. That's why a lot of even Mindwolf is like, I'm only doing it because I find it fun. When it stops being fun, I'm not doing it. Yeah, it's definitely gotta have a passion at it. Yeah, hopefully at class. That's the plan, Ryan. Is the plan. Okay, we're almost done with this feature, folks. So we have our What do we have? We have something. We have reset item. This is what we want. We want to reset comparison now. Reset comparison. There we go. So we have ID unset. Here it comes. Request.params a dot request.params a b. BEA beautiful, and then it's basically done. We don't need the nested thingy. I lost some parentheses. That looks good enough to me. Yeah, essentially it is pair programming, or a mob programming. That might be working, we'll find out. Comparisons for each not a function. I haven't updated that. So we're not in list comparisons, we are... Oh, okay, now we gotta go back to the controller and find out what it was. Denormalized comparisons. That's one way to put it, programming. Cannot read name of undefined. Big sad because items have an underscore ID, not an ID. Still big sad. Okay, it just don't want to work right now. That's okay. We'll just say any item is good for me. Super sad. What's line 58 doing? What are you doing? Maybe you're the one throwing the actual error. You shouldn't even be here. Nope. Okay, now that one is throwing the error. Triple equals. Double equals. Maybe something got weird. Oh wow, that worked. Oh, because no, the values are because it's not equal. So we'll get 10, 10, lots of 1s, 2s, 2s, and 5. So we're missing the other half. Because I deleted it. Ah, how dare I? And a B. There we go. So 10 to 5. These are the last two we did, so that is correct. And I'm doing triple equals -1, which needs to change based on the slot. So we have some CSS here, but we can't see it because it's only a class name. So, but if we look though, there we go, class of selected. So now we do some CSS magic, CSS, and we say any comparisons that has a dot selected, just a selected thing. Oh, we already got a suggestion for a background color. It is barely visible. Let's manually do some stuff. That's the color. How do I like the tree on the right in VS Code? I'm liking it, G Bounty. It makes it easier. So like when I open and close it, I can spam open and close it. It doesn't move the code a chunk to the left and right. So it's growing on me for sure. Besides that, that's the one and only reason I moved it to the right, to be honest. Background color red. Always go red. 1 pixel red, right folks? Yeah, I mean, I never tried it either until someone mentioned, hey, this makes it a lot easier for people to read your code streaming. I'm like, huh, would you look at that? You're not wrong. Yeah, it'll take a bit of getting used, like anything. You're right. You're right. Don't know why when I say this, it's like, huh, CSS. Right, incarnation setting the CSS. Yeah, for sure, not to the same degree. Take maybe a day or two, a week at max to figure, for the brain to adjust. Oh, I know what's happening. My dark extension. There we go. Swapped it around. So, because this is the dark mode thingamabob. Let's give this a nice color. Cyan. Then a real color. Black. There we go. Or white. Ah, really? Yeah, it can definitely mess up your habits, that is for sure. So it doesn't need to be black. There we go, so it's stylistically visible. You know what? I don't need to see the other buttons. I only need to see what was chosen. So yeah, I only need to see basically an if logic. Let's do some if. If. Nope, not those symbols. If result triple equals -1, close curly. Oh, here comes Copilot, the Echo Pilot. Okay, I think you wrote all the wrong symbols though, because 0 is supposed to be triple equal. That's not how symbols work. And yeah, doing some cool HTML escapes. I appreciate. Let's see how that looks. That looks a little bit better. I do want the delete button somewhere. For sure, G-Bounty. Yeah, when I'm really like doing like real, I mean VS Code, thankfully it's generic enough that it works on most things pretty well, but like when you're getting into real specific for larger projects like Java, obviously you can use VS Code, but you're going to get more advantage out of like an actual IDE, not just text editor with 15 million extensions. It's like what's it, IntelliJ or something is for my Java. I can manage on Python and most other things just here though. Although the PyCharm, it is a level of experience like above just normal VS Code Python extensions. Not enough for me to go unless it's at a large project though. Obviously for the C's I can get along, but for certain C stuff, especially when you're being compiler specific, gotta go to Windows. But yeah, here are all my comparisons. And there's delete button. Let's see if this works. It works. Ta-da! Then 10 is greater than 5. Let's demonstrate this by doing sort and saying 10 is less than 5. See what it does. It's going to compare with 4, right? Yep, then we say if it's greater than 4, sticks us there, and if we delete that one, go back to sort and we say less than 4, it'll stick us after 3. There we go. It works beautifully, folks. Because that's not where 10 goes, so toodaloo. Yeah, I've never used WebSwim specifically. But yeah, for sure, definitely, it's more of, yeah, you go wide, not deep, and then once you're getting into it, then start going deep into specific editor, specific environments, all that fun stuff. Till then, though, keeping it nice and wide. Yeah, Atom's going, because I mean, Microsoft now owns both, VS Code and Atom, so toodaloo to that. And yeah, I mean, I've never used IntelliJ for web dev, just for Java and stuff like that. But I mean, I hear good things about it. Exactly. It's not you have to already know a little bit of information about how to do what you want in order to get VS Code to do the everything. So I can see that for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's the full-fledged IDE experience. Add comparisons view and add comparisons view and deletion. Viewing and deletion. Writer for game dev. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing VS Code I suppose can't do is full-on game development, unless you're just messing around with Canvas and libraries and stuff like that. But for full-on, they make full-on editors for that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. Most of the extensions just work in the web if they're view only. So all the cool ones, like all the language server ones, or at least a fair amount of them, can't just do the web. For sure. Oh, really, Aaron? Yeah, I mean, I knew it would be possible. Like Go has the language server and all that, or at least Go dot with the C sharp would. But yeah, I mean, those are one of the things where it's like obviously there's an environment created specifically for doing all this. So why do anything else? Why did I change this line? Oops, that line got missed. Hey, of course, Jack Tree. Yeah, thanks for coming on by, and I'll look forward to catching you in class, hopefully. If you don't know, Melody Dev is also streaming right now, so if you want to give them a wave before you jump off, or if anyone you want to watch both of us at the same time, watch them. I think, what are they doing? I think they're going through their She Codes workshop. They're messing with strings, doing some challenges. Cool stuff. Yeah. I see what you mean there, programming. Oh yeah, Mavi. I'm not sure if there are. So I know I don't. If there are any cool charting extensions, I don't use them. I would love to know about them. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, none that I know. I mean, there are previews, but you still got to make the chart yourself. Okay, programming. Would you really say D3 is a beginner-friendly charting library, though? I mean, it's powerful. It's very powerful. But even for me, maybe it was because I didn't know much at the time. It doesn't feel very beginner-friendly. But yeah, if you want all the power, then D3 for sure. Yeah, you're right. It does have like you either want what you want. Like if you don't, I'm trying to rephrase it. If you don't want what Chart.js provides, then you're going to do a lot of hard work to get manual stuff. You're right, programming. It is a little componenty, but not to that level for sure. Yeah, it's not beginner friendly. I mean, even Leon, I think, has mentioned a few people who are like, yeah, there are a couple folks who like went with D3 for their 100 hours project. It was definitely 100 hours for them. But yeah, for sure, if you don't know it, it's just got a bit of a. It can do everything, but it's a little bit to learn. Yeah, for sure. There's Chart.js, other ones, and like if you just need this basics, you could probably copy some D3 template instead of learning all the ins and outs. Because there do be a lot of them. But yeah, if you do want to learn it, I think Oregon. Watch me say the wrong things. See if that's how we still spell their name. Oh, that's not their name. But yeah, Oregon also. Oh, that is their name. Yeah, they're making their 100 hours project with a D3. So if you want to hit them up, yeah, Oregon Curtis. It's just the bot was like, I can't find it. And then it did find it. Yeah, but yeah, they're doing their stuff in D3. So if you want to hit them up for advice, check them out. It's a fair, and because they're doing D3 and maps, so all kinds of fun visualization stuff there. You got any idea of what you want to visualize? because there's lots of stuff to do. Yeah, Jim. So my 100 hours project is my time stamping thing, in which it's a full stack web app plus a web extension that allows you to go and essentially get the YouTube chapters feature on Twitch and YouTube, both extracted from the comments and from the database that the full stack app takes part in. I'm not doing that one just yet. Yeah, Mavi, it's basically I mean it's not impossible. Once you understand D3, you can do anything basically. It's just a little steeper of a learning curve. At least in my experience. Okay, with that we're a little bit past the break, just a little bit, but we did make some good progress. We got all of our stuff pushed. We got all these list dances going on. Next, what we're gonna do is try to think. We're gonna reorder this list a little bit. I'm gonna get the README done, a link to the GitHub repo. I don't know why I put convert to Mongoose here, since we're literally not gonna get any advantage of that. But if anyone wanted to see MongoDB to Mongoose, I would do it. I'm gonna drop this down, up, down, up. We'll drop this over for sure. Yeah, I think those are the order of things we'll be doing when we come back from this break. Of course, it'll be after we do a Code Wars, which, let's go ahead and find a Code Wars. So y'all can give it a shot if you like. Plural. It is not a single war. There are multiple Code Wars, apparently. I think I actually might have one. Break is brought to you by Spectrum Internet. There we go. I don't know why this is a 6 Caillou. A little spooky, but yeah, when we come back from break, we're going to return the century of an input year. Very spooky. Don't know why it's a 6, but we'll figure it out, folks. And after that, it do be a break time, so be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. I'll catch you on the other side. Welcome on back, folks. That break is over, and we're gonna do the code word we mentioned before, determining what century it is. So let's start this one up. I think 10 minutes should be enough. To return the century of the input year. X metrics. No! Oh no. Is this a bad one? Is this a tough one? Are you pre-warning me of how painful this one's gonna be? Thanks for coming on by the way, metrics. It's a 10 Caillou. Ah, nice. Remove dust from profile. Well, there we go, folks. So we'll just knock the dust off the profile at the very least. I'm getting free code word points. Links. Oh, yep. Here's the fresh link of it. Oh. Now you all here saying, oh, this is like a 10 Caillou. Watch me fail. I think I just do rounding, right? Return year. Well, it's a string. 4-digit string. Well, I can just slice, right? Slice 02. Oh, you already pseudocoded. That's why I hit it before the break, so y'all could get a fresh start, I mean. And 8 to 10. Yeah, we'll see. So let me just do this, and then I convert it to a number. Just say +1. Oh, then I have to do this weird the prefixy thing. I want to say it, but I'm not gonna say it. Okay. Like a 0 at the end. Ah. 20th. Huh. Maybe I'll figure that out. Yeah, we're going to need some kind of conditional for the ith and erd part. Nested ternary. That's the obvious solution, ain't it? So const century equals quick math. And now I guess I'm just going to do some prefix. Const prefix equals century modulo 10 equal. So I have to figure out all these nths, right? So got 0th, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. So it's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd are the weird ones. The rest of them are th. Yeah. So if it is 1, then st, else. Let's get const last equals thing. Yeah, the last termination. So if last equals 1, st, else last triple equals 2. That's not how it works. It's 1st, 2nd, else last triple equals 3. And we have rd, else it is th. Now if my math is correct, it's return century plus. I named this prefix. How could I have failed so badly? It's a suffix. And that's not going to be first try, but we'll give it a run. Syntax. I know how to write syntax, so question colon. Nested ternaries. 1999. Solution produced wrong input. Expected 100th to equal 20th. So that's slice 01. That's what we want. Oh, it's 02. Yeah, I was slicing after, not before. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Expected 13 RD to equal 13th. Well, I know how my prefixes work. 1st, 2nd, 3rd. What's that way? 23rd. Whatever. I'm not gonna question it. The rest are th. Oh, that's not how logic works. I thought I knew how to count numbers, but I don't. 23rd. Oh, teens have a weird thing. 13th, 12th. Oh, okay, so if it's a... Wow. Language. English. Isn't English awesome? So, you can't just base it off the last one. Now, this is another 8 Caillou problem in itself. Create the suffix for this thing. So, if last is essentially greater than, or if century is in the teens, basically. 215th, 213th, 210th, 211th. I'm trying to figure this one out. This is a tough one. So if century greater than or equal to 10 and century less than or equal to 19, then it's always th. Otherwise, it's based on the last character. So 2021st, expected 21st to equal 20th. Oh, that's just math. Okay. This is in 10 Caillou, you said? Ah, man. I'm not good at math, apparently. So, 2000. So I thought just taking the first 2 characters would work. Maybe I need to take all 4 of them and do a divide by 100. Then what? Math seal. Because 2000 math sealed is what? 2000? Yeah, so that's what I want to do. I don't want to do this logic. I want to take the entire year. And then I will divide it by 100 to move the decimal places 2 places to the left, and then do math.seal. And that will be the full year. So that's dot to string dot slice 02. Let's see if that's right. Oh wow, this looks a lot better than I thought. Aha, so 10th to equal 100th. Well, it's a random test. That would be the one to get me. Let's console log of the year in question to see what our input is. Okay. So it kind of rolls over. So 9962. So instead of slicing the first 2, I need to get rid of the last 2. So it's from 0 to... think of thoughts. So I need the actual length of the thing, right? So const seal year. That's a good one. So is this, so seal year dot length. Probably going to get an off by 1 error here, but that's okay. Hey, there's your one-liner metrics. Nice. A simple approach, floor, year plus 100 plus 1. Yeah, I knew there'd be a mathy way of doing this. Oh, you even got some bit shifting magic. Fancy. Hey, thanks for the follow, by the way. Ravarel. Hope your Thursday's going well. I'm real close to getting this one working, though, folks. So I'm gonna try to make this one work. Then I'll see if I can shove in the fancies. 0 to 4. Okay, I don't know what's wrong with this. Eh. Oh, it's working. Whatever. Isn't a direct placement for floor. Who would have known? Double knot, yeah. I've seen that around. Never really looked into exactly what that bit shifty magic is doing. But apparently what I got also works. See, I probably didn't even need to 2-string it, did I? Double knot, yeah. Yeah, it works great for the code golfs, doesn't it, nerd ally? Okay, so those are pretty cool ones. I suppose it's like, I don't know. I think this is good for me, and I'll go check out your fancy one-liner. Hmm. Okay, oh, there's the one-liner. So we're century, we got ceiling, so yep, that's the better way of doing it. STNDRD. Oh, a regex. Oh, what have you done, metrics? What have you brought? Oh, okay. So one optional, any character, $sign. Or TH. Okay, so I understand how it's working because I already wrote it on mine, but wow. That's something, alright. That is a clever one. Good one, metrics. Let's see what the other code warriors came up with. Yep. Century modulus 10, or... Okay, so I guess everyone kind of went the array or TH route. Oh, manually casing it. Yeah, obviously a little burned out. I didn't figure out the fancy way to prefix it or suffix it. But she's got a fair amount of different ways to move it up. Yeah, TH is the outlier, right? Yep, because they're all THs except for these weird ones, which are when it's not 10. Oh, crazy math out here. Yeah. Whew. Okay, people are enjoying to code golf this one, aren't they? Of course, we gotta have our pipes in here. Yeah, that would mean, I guess, I don't know. I can see why it wasn't an 8 Caillou, but yeah, maybe it didn't need to be a 6 for sure. Even with how much I struggled on it. I think 6 was a little more than it needed to be. But with that, folks, we're going to jump into, or back into, the project. So let's set our timer back up. Somewhere around here's my timer. There's my timer. GG. Yeah, maybe a 7. And we're going to work on deployment. So this is Heroku. So Heroku.com. And this is database stuff. So don't worry, these are all passworded and stuff. So for our pairwise, we want suppose I'll auto-gen and I'll shove it in my env file. Well, do I have a .env file? I do. Glad to see it. So I need to actually create a period env for my constants, which is MongoDB URL. Okay, so that will equal, and I'll need to copy that in a moment. It's in the clipboard. Let's see what we want this person to be able to do. Only access all the stuff. Okay, let's delete that one. What do we want this person to be able to do? To read and write. To which database? Come on, UI. I clicked the button. There we go. Read and write to the... What did I call it in here? Yep, this is the database name. So in the Pairwise Sorter, all collections. I think I just leave that there. There we go. Now I'll go back to my connection URI, copy that in, and then I'll pixelate for a moment. Boop, there we go. And pixel time, because I gotta get that password. Okay, and that should be it. If I hide the secrets, welcome on back. There we go. That should be my environment variable set up. We will find out by exiting, closing our local database and running this one. Oh, no errors. That's progress. If we go to our deployment, that's no longer found. Go to here, that's no longer found. And yeah, log out of ABC. That's because the secret is the same. Now if I try to log in, A, B, C, D, E, F don't exist, but we gotta sign up. So it's gonna be yours truly. Favorite password. We're logged in. Go to our list, create a list. Things. Okay, I think this is working, folks. And we can validate it by browsing our collections. There's our Pairwise Sorter. We have our users, and I'm fairly fine showing you this because it's all hashed and salted and it's not even a real password. And we got our list, which is only one. It doesn't really have anything in it, so we need to add something. So we'll add apples to our list. And now if we do a refresh, we will see our apple item in the thing. It's an array, but modified at. That's wrong. Okay, so I thought I fixed that. Obviously I didn't. Let's fix that before we go on any further. So when we create a list, it does have create and modified. When we push an item, it does not have modified. There we go. Okay, so that's fixing that part, which means let's just edit this manually real quick, making a manual correction. Poof, we manually deleted it, and now if we come back here and add another one, oranges, and they say you can't compare apples and oranges. Watch us. There it is. Let's see. There we go. No more modified at. So we got that polished up a little bit. Environment variables are working. Hey, I appreciate it, but no thank you. Don't want to buy your views. Okay, so we have this working. It's in the database. We know the comparisons are working. Now we want to deploy this. We want to deploy it to Heroku. And we gotta log back in because it's been a hot minute. So let's blur. Let's see if I remember it. That's the wrong one. There we go. I think we're in now. Yeah, we're in. Let's make a new app. We will call this R2 Pairwise Sorter. That is what I'm called the rest of it, right? I want to call it the right thing. Yeah, Pairwise Sorter. Amazing name. And now we have got this working. I will manually do this because I'm going to hook up to GitHub my way, not their way. Which means I need to make sure that there is a start script and all dependencies are as they should be. There exists a start script. All of these are dependencies. No, that one's not a dependency. It's a day of dependency. So is super test. Usually not supposed to manually do this, but it's fine. NodeMon also dev dependency. And with this, what do we do? Gotta save these changes. Jest is also a dev dependency. So many unnecessary dependencies. We do this so that way when it goes to install it in non-development, aka production, it doesn't waste its time installing all these things. Decrypt cookie, yeah, we need all these. Okay, this does look right. Removed items. Oh, wait a minute. We do need that goldfish memory. Items are eventually going to be editable, but they're not editable right now, so that's why it seemed unnecessary, but it wasn't. Fix. Don't just fix dependencies. There we go. It's a good enough name. Okay, and just for consistency, we will push away. And now we're going to do all the Heroku stuff. So, just copying and pasting the commands. They give it to us. Don't really even need to think about it. Then we push to Heroku. So pushing to Heroku as our new remote. So as you can see, that little Heroku command does is it gets the remote and it adds it. Usually we add it as origin for GitHub, but for Heroku, we add it as Heroku. And it gives us this nice Git repository we can push directly to. And now we want to push to the Heroku remote, the main branch, which is gonna do the build and all the fun stuff, which we get to stare at. Okay, that looks like some form of success to me. So if we head on over here, take a few seconds to fully boot up. Wait, this is a chippy one. Saw. Okay, it's taking a minute to get there. I'm getting panicked. Heroku logs. Let's see what's wrong. Did the database... Of course the database didn't connect, because we never gave it a database to connect it to. Yeah, metrics. We were gonna be famous. Good old... their username was literally a bunch of random characters. They were gonna make us famous. Okay, folks, so the reason it's not connecting is because there's no database to connect to. So I need to set my environment variable, which we can do by going to the settings tab and then the config vars section. I need to add it. So MongoDB URI env, not there, constants. I'm also going to set my JWT secret. Let's add, yeah, this one. Boo, 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 boo. You can hear me mashing my keyboard, can't you? Then I calculate that for my env file. Yay, not blurred. Yeah, gotta be private. There we go, and I think that's what we got. I mean, yeah, you could if you really cared, but it's not a real secret. I love this font. Yeah, Cars, it's an amazing font. It's just pixelation little trick. I mean, I think it's like a low enough resolution that you can't figure out anything from it. And yeah, thanks for coming on by. Car 6, hope your Thursday is going well. And if I type something large enough like I don't think you need any machine learning to figure that one out. All boxes, no doubt. Yeah, it's all about resolution. Figured it'd be a little more interesting than me just dragging stuff off screen. But yeah, as I have set my config vars, you can't see them though. We can go to we'll just go to the application, see if it's running. Sadness, it is not. But we can look at our logs again. Look at the logs. The logs know all. Sadness. Connection refused. Huh. So I did set the environment variables. Let's look at the activity, because that tells us when it turns on and off. Yeah, so I set the environment variable. Constants. Oh, I typoed it. It's MongoDB URL. I set URI. Oh no, the typo of doom. Relauncherize it. Yeah, that would have been what I would have done, turn it off and back on, which you can do, but when you set the environment variables, it kind of does that for you. I set it the wrong key though. It's URL, not URI. So, can we ban URL? I mean, what would be the goal, you know? Wait, how do I edit config var variable? Okay, I don't know how. Delete that. I don't know. I didn't know how to edit it, so I just deleted it. There. Wait, what do you mean by ban URL? You mean in chat or? There we go. It's now working, and we can sign up. Well, we don't want to sign up as me, but we'll see what happens. Okay, X metrics. Man, people who just. Yeah, it's a locator, not an identifier. I just called it URL at some point, but yeah, I guess it can be URI because I don't know. URI is the umbrella, and URLs are the smaller ones. So I think MongoDB URL is what it's normally called. Let's see if I can log in now. I'm in, and here is my lovely list. Let's mash them all together. URL and I plus. There we go. I don't know if that plus will handle it, but we'll see. Okay, apples to oranges. They say we can't, but watch me. I did it. Boom. And if we do a reset, they're gone. We sort again. Ooh, getting a nice neon green and purple, Grandpa. Nice one. Wait a minute, is this sorting working? Hey, you go for it, metrics. Appreciate coming on by. Orange is greater than apple. Okay, I think the arrows are a little deceptive, but the sorting does work. Just gotta click the right buttons. Okay, with that, this has been deployed on the internet. Probably should create an example environment variable file though. So let's go to real env, which is fine to look at because all my secrets are hidden. Well, I can't copy it though. Let's set the defaults to what you might call it. The constants. Might as well. And the JWT secret should be set to secret. There we go. And now from our lovely list. That was your cue, VS Code. Show me the list. Deployment is done. Do some readme, and then linking to the repo. Yeah, let's get that readme looking good. Well, we also want CI/CD, so let's check this up as another item in the list. I think we'll do that somewhere around CSS. Okay, so for the readme, gotta get that added. Readme, let's just Pairwise Sorter be a link to the website. Where's the website at? Probably just go to one of my other ones, quotes and steal, because past me knew what they were doing. Quotes, that's how we spell it. Oh hey, by the way folks, for those who do not know, yeah, the whole crew is starting to stream before Leon comes on apparently. Aside from Melody Dead, we also have Sam KitKat, fellow 100 Devers, also doing some stuff, apparently designing their personnel site. Oh yeah, the portfolio, that's how it looks like. feel free to head over there, give them some support. And if you want to watch all of us, watch this command fail. Is that how we... gotta make sure to spell things right. There we go. You can watch all of us on Always Lurking. Okay. In the meantime, though, we're stealing badges. I'm stealing badges. This cute little website badge, pretty neat to look at. Label website. There. I mean, it's already a link on the main thing, but you can never have enough links. More links. Now for the readme, we gotta do a little bit more. I don't want to spend too much on this because it's just fluff, but essentially a little minimalistic description. Oh no, Mavi. Okay, well it's okay. You can go there, but you be audio only. So you don't look at the stream, Mavi. Just listen only, you know? I think that'll make you safe enough. Let me actually go and look. Oh yeah. Maybe you don't want to go watch that stream. It looks... their design looks pretty good already, and it's just 2 colors. Oh, yeah, their design looks good. You don't want to go watch their stream. Don't go to their stream. The design's... I mean, it's starting to look... It's on its base right now, but it's a good-looking base. This is the very amazing GitHub description for the README. So we have that there. Okay, later I'll add all the technologies and badges and stuff. It's not exactly the most entertaining of processes. Just want to have one existing. The actual website, though, doing a README good. You gotta avoid it, yeah. Imagine it's like, man, it's like, hey, why didn't no one? It's because you were writing too good of code this time, Sam. You gotta tone down that quality if you want people to come on by. Too good. Now I'm trying to use that GitHub link corner thing. I've seen it on like 15 dozen sites, but I want to like link to the GitHub, right? So I think this is what I've seen people use. Yeah, there it is, the little thing in the corner. Okay, great. How do I'm gonna borrow this now. How do I do it? Right side, white on black, white on white. Well, show me the examples. Visiting the page to see... I think I have this actually implemented on my site, but yeah. Okay, let's turn off dark mode. Yeah. Oh, the blue one. I like blue. Dabba-dee, dabba-doo. So many choices. I think I'll just take this one. Copy. I'll just shove it in my... So the great thing about templating languages, even boring old EJS, is that you can repeat code, and I have this header code, or this header template that is on all my pages. So I ain't gotta go to 10 different pages, paste this everywhere. I can just be like, ha! And my URL is... not here. Here! Gotta get the URL. Boom. Let's just see... Do I need more assets, or will this just work? We'll find out. Let's npm run dev. Nope, it's already running. There we go. Port. The fancy fun port. Hey, there it is. Got the little thingy. You go up and see how it looks on dark mode. It's still readable, so you can go up here, click it, and boom. You go to me. Well, that was easy, wasn't it, folks? Make sure that's spelled right. There we go. Okay, so that is a number of tasks. So let's start separating these out actually. Let's say add read the readme thing and example env file. Loving that. Let's go back to our lovely list. Oh, we did add the GitHub thing. Let's see if we can add some more stuff. So what do I want to do next? I do want CI/CD. Also want... Yes, we'll do sharing list next, which means this feature goes for its own thing. Add GitHub image link. This is modifying the thing with not really a new feature, so 3.2 is where we go. Yo ho ho. Add GitHub link to site. There we go. That's good enough. And now we want ability to share a list. So right now there's a list here. And if I go into incognito mode, which goes on the wrong screen, I try to visit said list, this is not incognito mode, that was new window. Control Shift P, Control, how do I make it, there it is. I just made 5 of them. There we go. And now if we go incognito mode, we're gonna get a 401. Let's see, network 401. Right, you are unauthorized. You can't view this list. So what I want to do is be able to make some list public. So we're not going to make a whole friend system or like a allowed to access system. We're just going to make it so list can be public. So we're going to start by going to our controllers. And we'll say, when you ask for a get list, and this is read only, not write. So when you're getting the list, you have to be logged in. That's the thing about reading lists, you need to be logged in, which is no longer going to be the case. So when we say get list, we're no longer requiring a token, because anyone can read a list. It depends on if you're allowed to read it. Which will be a handle token, because we want to have the token applied, we just don't want it to kick us out if it ain't here. When we look at handle token, make sure what that does. So if you don't have a token, you're given one, it's added to the cookie. Okay, that does work. So now when you go to the list, you'll find the one if it is owned by you. Now we're not checking for owner anymore, we're just finding the list by ID. So now we're doing this. And if there's no list, then you fail. Everyone, we suck. You can't find a list, there's no list to find. But if there is a list, we have to do permission check. So this is basically, okay, it's a really great suggestion, Copilot, not where we're going. So const allowed to see. Oh, I swear this thing has a microphone. The Copilot can hear me at some point. Because this is exactly what I want. I want to check if the list owner equals request user ID. If you're like, where did this come from? When we in JavaScript land are directly comparing MongoDB IDs, since they are objects, they expose this magical equals method that we're supposed to use. Because unless we want to convert them to strings, but they're not strings. So a double and a triple equals will not work. So if we're the owner or the list is public, and this is just a good old Boolean, we love a good Boolean, and we can just say if not list, then we can say, hey, if not this logic, so if it doesn't equal and not public, then we want to say this logic, so not 404, 40, I don't know what the 40 codes are. What is the difference? unauthorized valid credentials, but forbidden. Yeah, 403 is forbidden. Good. Now, that's allowing them in, but that doesn't give the user the ability to make it or unmake it public. So we're going to do that by going to our list endpoint and having basically just two little buttons. So we have sorted, item name, delete. Here we go. We have two more little forms. I know we're abusing the heck out of these buttons, but it's okay. So let's go to routes actually and see where we're going to fit this in. So we're changing the visibility. So it is list to list, so it's got to be one of these two. We're not comparing or resetting or affecting an item, so this is where it would go. Visibility. Visibility. That's not how we spell it though. Wow, what is... Okay, just someone correct me. There we go. Visibility. Wow, that went all the way there. List, colon, list, visibility. And then we will make this colon. This is the wrong way. Yeah, we'll just make it colon visibility. So you're going to have to go to the visibility endpoint, and then you can set it to public or private. And then for private, it's just going to remove it. For public, it will set it to true. You know, we'll set public right here. Yeah, just public, and it's going to be public. There we go. And you have to own it at this point, so gotta do that. Set list publicity. Loving that. And we gotta go make this method. Let's do the UI first. So list ID, public, true. I guess, right? Yeah, it seems right. False. There we go. Then we're gonna have a make public. Actually, this is a ternary. If it's public, then we provide a button to make it private. If it's private, we provide a button to make it public. So this doesn't need to be this at all. We'll just have one button, one fancy form. And I suppose we can double ternary this. So this will be percent thingy, closing off. And we can say list.public. Since this is an optional parameter, we will convert to a boolean explicitly by using the double not. And then this logic where we can say list.public. So if it is public, then the text will be private, otherwise public, closing symbols. I just duplicated that one. Okay, this is looking good. So now, which controller will I copy? Because there are just so many at this point. Let's stop the search. It's getting painful to look at. So it's kind of get list, but we are setting it. Let's get create item. So that pushes to the array. It does update modified, which is something we want. Okay, I think, yeah, we're going to copy create item, and that will be our base for set list publicity. There we go. So you have to own it this time. No one else can do it. And we are not pushing to anything. We are setting publicity. Okay, let's see how we do MongoDB set unset. So we can't set to delete, we have to use unset to delete. Okay, so now we're going to get const public equals not on, because this isn't a checkbox. It's not params, it's what's not body, it is params, so triple equals true. It's going to be if we're setting it to public. So public will just be what, true. No, we're not using now, although we are updating modified at now. So one thing is getting set, so gotta use another thing. We can chain them, I think, right? No, that's multiple. Okay, so we have to kinda create set up equals. Okay, what do we call? Because I need to conditionally also unset. That's only half the time, not all the time. So if we look at, trying to look at update 1, and apparently it's not letting me. My types are all ruined apparently. Okay, all this types, love that. Yeah, progress Mongo client options. That would have been nice for you to write it, Copilot. Mongo client options, reconnect, it's a boolean. Just enough information for VS Code to figure out what's going on. Come on, yay, VS Code made it. It's an update filter. There we go. Const update filter equals this. And this is a $sign set, so modify that, which we can. Hard code right here. And this is where the logic comes in. So we have public, we say if public, then we're going to do some stuff. Oh, there we go. So, Copilot's really trying. So if it's public, then we're saying update filter $sign set dot public equals, I guess we use the boolean true. It's a good thing to set. We're setting public to true. Else we will be setting unsetting the public, which is might not exist. That's true. So unset equals an object. Public as a key, and the value being 1. 1 being the Mongo way to say just we only want the key. This value doesn't really do anything for us. Apparently we need a semicolon there. Yeah, and this should be the update filter. Now, we could have very much done this all inline, but that would have been very much more difficult to read. I think this is more readable. So yeah, set list publicity should be doing the trick. This is an incognito window. Go back to normal window. We'll have a button to make it public. Maybe that didn't work. Sadness. Thankfully, we are on the cloud half of the database, so we can look at our list and see what incarnation happened. So it doesn't have nothing. Okay, so I imagine this thing went backwards. So let's console log quest params, save it, look in the log. Click make public, list public equals false. I got it backwards. So I knew something was backwards. This is backwards. So if I'm true, I want it to be false. I do want it to be the opposite, not what I currently am. Oh, there it is. It looks public. So now if we take this URL and go to an incognito window, we can look at the list. That's a lot of logic here. That's wrong. Basically all these buttons, right? So if I try to delete the apple, we're gonna get... Okay, we're getting some here. Cannot read of null reading comparisons. Can the apple be deleted though? Okay, it can be deleted. It's just the weird thing, because I'm not logged in. I don't have access to all this stuff. And what are the odds? Let me. The odds of hitting this song, huh, folks? What are the odds? I had no idea this was Leon's hype song. For those who don't recognize it, this is the song Leon plays whenever, like, you know, the fireworks and this confetti goes off. Okay, so we have the thing. We're not supposed to be able to have access to any of these buttons. So essentially, I want a view only, so a view list, which is basically everything the list can do, but in view only mode. I think I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. So a lot of this can be componentized, I believe. So yeah, let's make a view list. View list EJS, which is basically list, but without all the form stuff. So let's just literally start ripping stuff out. So we have a list name, view list, form action, drop all that, sorted, drop all that. We want this, unsorted, no more buttons. And then the comparisons, don't want that button. Okay, so it's basically a view in which you can't touch the things. And I know why the route failed, by the way, because we tried to get a list and we literally didn't have one, so null.comparisons failed. Which I should handle here too. So this is working, we validated already. Reset list comparisons. Yeah, that's an easy one. It's the one that we do extra logic on. There it is. Ah, we're doing destructuring. Okay, we're not doing it anymore. That's more effort than I want, and we're not handling for invalid client input, since we're not exposing this as an API. So list publicity is looking good. We want to render a different one based on how much permission you have to view the list. So is owner basically. Cause is owner. So if you're the owner, is where we're going to determine which one you visit. So is owner, you view the list. Otherwise, view list. Could have made that ternary even squishier or smaller, but it's fine. Now with that, when I'm here, there we go, I get literally the view. But when you're here, you get the whole form. I'm loving that already. And for this last feature, we're gonna templatize this even more. So we're gonna make a thing called a list. We're gonna put this in here and view list in here. So first we're gonna update our controllers. List, well, quote list. There we go. So it's going to be list / list and list / then we're going to call it this one visitor, right? Yeah, or public. Yeah, public's a good one. So rename this to, where's rename? Public, and rename the list to owner. Loving that. Now with these, we're going to go all the way, full templating, and make it so that we can use these as components. So I don't know how I want to call this. The other option is basically wrapping all this in, yeah, are you public or not? But seems like a lot of logic. But essentially, public is just the other one with all the stuff deleted. Yeah, they're two separate views, I would say, so we're going to treat them separately. And we'll put this up here. So sorted is the same, unsorted has an optional editable thing. Sub templates, here we go. Sorted EJS. There we go, and then here we will do the include syntax. Passing, I think this is all relative, so templates sorted. We pass the order and the list. I think we can use, we're just gonna see if that works before we go all crazy on it. So this should just keep working. Nope. Include templates header. File paths are all off. Gotta go relative back up to reach the rest of these templates. Cannot find the includes file templates header in public EJS. Of course, both need to be updated in sync. So that fixed that, but on this view we can still see sorted. Yes, we can. Now let's update our public to use our sorted helper, which we can use with the include function. So we have sorted, we just boop, there it is. For this we're also going to include title. We don't have it yet, but we will. It's getting very componentized for those of you who have jumped ahead to React. This is what it looks like. And I'm trying to think if we can chop some of this down. List, progress, title. Actually, this is consistent. We're making another one. Boop. There we go. This name, list progress. So we have the header, we have the title. Let's see if this still works. We get two titles, but it is working. We have all this specific logic for this one. We have unsorted. This is our first one that's a little more complicated. Simplify this bit. I realize now all these can be using good old ES6 shorthand method keys. Unsorted. Here comes the part where we have the optional of basically is owner. This one's true in this case. But let's go and create that. Sorry, EJS. What do we need? We need access to list items. That's all we need. So list is there. And this is the logic where we're going to say if you're the owner, okay, Copilot can't close it up for me. Can you write this, Copilot? Yeah, good Copilot. So if you're the owner, you get a delete and a reset button. If you're not, you don't. Which means now we have unsorted over here, which we says is owner is false. And we do the exact same thing for comparisons. This is our last of our cool templating. Comparisons. We need denormalized comparisons and the list and is owner to be set accordingly. Let's go create that file. Opening UL. Oh, I never had a closing UL here. Well, that was a good thing to find. I always loved that's because HTML is just so forgiving. You can miss closing tags and it'll just keep on chugging along. So templates, comparisons, EJS. Here comes the logic. This is going to be conditional. If is owner, curly, close. Then this goes down there. So only if you're an owner do you get the cool deleto button. And I think this is our last template to use. Let's see how it's working. Okay, this is good. This is... We do need comparisons. To actually make a comparison. There we go. Okay, there's a comparison. And now if we go to the incognito view, we can see it, and it's all here, but we can't touch anything. So I know this is not necessarily an EJS way of doing it, but we basically componentize the title, the sorted list, the unsorted list, and the comparisons. All with just EJS. Just goes to show that while React and Vue and all those frameworks, they're all good for dynamic. If you need it to be done statically, you can still do some good componentization and templating. With package JSON, we added a feature, I think. This is why we have comparison views, to see exactly what got added. So we have add list publicity setting. That's what we did. So this one we just get them all. Then if they're an owner, you're here. I suppose now that I have it so much broken out, let's look at it. See if we can. So this is the only if is owner logic that would be passed, right? Okay, we can make it one file. Rename it. Come on, get down here. Index EJS. And then this will be if is owner, closing or opening, then closing. We'll put the other tag right down here. There we go. And the rest of them because this is the only component that's not used in two places, which is why we're not turning it into a component. Now for the rest of them, is owner is whatever is owner is. I think that'll work. Public is just same things with all the owners set to false. So if we delete this and update our controller, we just say list. Now I wonder if it can be smart and like it knows since I'm pointing to a folder to use index. We'll find out. It can't. That's understandable. Oh, that's sad. Failed to look at view list index. Well, it's right not there. Oh, did I just delete the wrong one? Sadness. Where undo. There we go. Phew. VS Code has an undo feature, folks, if you delete your wrong file. This is the one we want. Now this unexpected token, yikes. Let's check if it's this thing or not. Big yikes. Okay, oh, found it. Had a colon left over. Okay, is owner is not defined. That's one thing we need left, right? So, user is owner. There we go. This one's looking great. And if we go to our incognito, this is looking great. So, while we technically use the components in one place, this one file only, the fact that we did encapsulate the data they're working with is what made this a lot easier to work with and eventually get to the point where technically it's just one file, but it's a lot easier to jump through them and see differently. With that, we can continue on with our commit. Yep, add that. So database changes. I just add some types there for Power VS Code. Package JSON. A new feature, so updated minor bump. Routes. We updated that token. Added the new endpoint. I don't think VS Code will be able to, or Git rather, will be able to figure out that these are all renames. So it's going to look like a deletion and 10 new files. As expected, one deletion, a bunch of new files. So add list publicity setting option. That's a good one. And with that, we can git push and git push Heroku main. Everywhere it gets it. And that is, we are a little bit past our break. Hey, C Films, hello, hello. Hope your break was going well. We just, good timing, we just finished adding publicity. Do I ever do functional programming paradigm? Well, most of my React code is functional, as in it uses state and functional components. Aside from that, I do sometimes do pure functional. It's rarely pure functional though. It's usually a mix and partials. So let's see, controllers. Do I have any? Calculate progress. Nope, that's not pure. That's definitely not pure. So not that often it appears C films, but definitely more on the front end with React and stuff. It's a good advantage to make things functional there. Though it's a different kind of functional, obviously, with React. Yeah, this list now do be public. Anyone can come here and view how I think about apples and oranges. A logical programming paradigm. Okay, I lost my definition on that one. Probably getting in the weeds here. Uses logic circuits. Well, I mean, technically, you can't really do any programming without logic circuits or logic or booleans. Like, I just did some logical programming here with determining if you are the owner of a list or the list is public, then doing something. Yeah, it'd probably be easier to know what languages are considered logical. Oh, yeah, I'm not recognizing any of those, so maybe not. prologue. I have used relational algebra before, but that's more declarative sequel. Yeah, I don't think I have C films. Yeah, that can be how it is sometimes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just can you speak the BuzzFeed right back, or the buzzword soup right back to them, you know? But yes, C films. I do not do logical programming paradigms. Yeah, for sure, I can see that. But it's there for a filter. Like that many people. It's just to filter out all the ones. Yeah, yeah, you could have been waste. Sounds like it was a bad experience programming, or at least a wasted time experience. Maybe C film, maybe. I'm always down to learn fun stuff. Don't really do too much math myself, so might not be a specialty I'll always go to, but I'll definitely fiddle around with it at some point. Yeah, programming. Well, I mean, all I can say is it's a numbers game. Maybe you can try to glean some kind of information from it, learn something from the experience. Sometimes you can't, though, and it's literally just another number. Struggle on the math. Yeah, I mean, yeah, same here. I'm struggling on that math, too. Okay, so we got this part working, right? I think we do. Yeah, sure we do. I gotta think thoughts. Okay, so yeah, we are past our break quite a bit, so we will be taking it. McFly might become your go-to calculator. I don't know. I kind of just Google my calculations. I don't really think about them. I'm just like, just do the math for me. Like, for those complicated ones, I would most definitely, like, I don't know. It's not a tool that I even use now, so, like, I don't see it being useful for me in the future because I don't use that much math anyway. I try to avoid it like the plague. But with that, folks, we will be taking our break, probably our last break, to be honest, because if class doesn't get canceled, this is our last break. But yeah, be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. Feel free to also go on over to Melody and Sam Kit Kat if you haven't said hello. Go say hello. Fellow 100 Devers also doing some cool streams. I'll catch you on the other side. feel free to come on back, folks. That is the end of our break. And Goldfish memory, I forgot to drop the link for the code war for the break, but here it is now. So essentially, we're going to be doing wealth inequality finality. So here's 2088, sees power in Brazil, wealth inequality through redistribution. Our job is to create a function that redistributes all wealth equality among all citizens. Wealth is an array where every index is the wealth of a single citizen. The function should mutate the array so every index has the same amount of wealth. So given 5, 10, and 6, where citizens 1, 2, and 3 have 5, 10, and 6, insert your favorite currency here, it should all become 7, 7, and 7. So they should all be made equal somehow with math. We are expected to mutate the input array, so we can't use mat to return a new one. The array is guaranteed to have at least one element. I'm going to assume the array is always going to be a number. Oh, here it is. If I just keep on reading, it will always be a number with at least... so it can't have negative wealth. It has to have at least 0 wealth. And handling a floating point will not be tested. So I'm guessing they're indicating that you're never going to have like everyone with 7.1 currency. So I assume they mean the math will balance out where it's going to be whole units, never fractional or decimals. Okay, let's see how this works. So our goal here, are we calculating the mean? So this is a little bit of a mathy problem. I don't know how I got here. But 5 plus 10 plus 6, so 18 divided 3. Like 5 plus 10 plus 3. Wow, I can't even fake math right. So 21 divided 3. Okay, so that seems to be a mathematical way that is working. Let's look through the rest of the test cases. So 0 plus 10, 10 divided 2. Both should have 5. 3, 2, 2. Oh, look at this, look at this. We got some fractions. So good thing we had enough examples here. So if we are given 3 plus 2 plus 2, 7 divided 3. Okay, so given all 3 of the test cases we just went through, it appears to be that we want the average set for each index. So those are our parameters. Those are examples where what we're expected to return is technically nothing. So we're expected to return nothing and only mutate the input array. And with that, I believe all left is pseudocode. So our pseudocode should be average of wealth, set every wealth value to average, and to be more detailed with calculating average, sum all wealth, sum by number of citizens, and that will be our calculated average. So let's go ahead and do that the classic way. So for of loop, for const value of wealth, say let sum starts at 0. Then we can say sum plus equals the value of the current citizen. Then we can say const average, I know how to spell average, equals the sum divided by the number of citizens, which is the length of the wealth array. So that is our average. Now we need to set the index of all citizens, or the value using the index, to this average. So we have to use a let I loop. Can't use an of loop this time because we need the index. It refers to all of the citizens, so I less than wealth length. Then I plus plus. And now we will say wealth I equals average. And usually we would return something, but we don't. So let's see if that's what we want. Working for the samples. Let's clean this up a little bit. We can one line that. But our semicolons, can't leave home without them. Let's see if this works. It does appear to be the solution. So with that, we can go full code wars. Usually we don't go full code wars, but we can always go full code wars. So this summing thing is commonly shortened to a reduce to be all fancy and functional. So we can say const sum equals wealth dot reduce. We will name our accumulator variable sum and our value. No need to change that. Sum plus value. Now, as per the instructions, we will always be given at least one citizen. If that weren't true, we would need to initialize it to 0, because if you call reduce on an empty function, it's an error. If you call reduce on an empty array, it's an error. Sorry. It will never be empty though, so we don't need to initialize to 0. When we don't initialize it, it takes the first value as the initial value of the accumulator variable. Now with this, things should work all the same. Now we can make some cleanups here. As we notice, the sum variable out this scope is used only once, so this can be placed in the location of the variable. Now this, I don't think we're going to get any better than this. So we're calculating the average by getting the sum and dividing it by how many items are in the array. And then we have to set the wealth of each one to average. I'm not seeing a better way to do this. There could be a more elite codey way, but it would bring us no benefit. So with that, we submit. Why you can't mutate the array? How did you do that? Wealth equals wealth dot fill. Oh, okay. So that's a fun fact. Fill both returns and mutates the original array. Okay, so there was a super functional way of doing this. Oh, let me go look at my solution actually. Yeah, okay, so there's a fun fact to learn. Fill mutates the original array, so I could have done wealth.fill, then just set the initial value to that. Huh. This is what Code Wars is for, folks. Get to see solutions you wouldn't have thought up yourself. Yeah, there's my original solution. And then there's fill again. That's the fancy way it appears. For let money in. I did not need to use a let I loop. I could have used a in loop, because this would have been the key or the index. Okay, another improvement to mine. Fill. Yeah, this is what I would have came up with. Ooh, eval. What the? Oh, that is some fancy stuff. So essentially, we're saying join the array of numbers with the plus sign. So this will turn it from, let me demonstrate, 1, 2, 3, from this string into 1, 2, 3, which when you pass to eval, which if you don't know, it takes a string and it runs it as if it were JavaScript code. It sums it. So that is a cheeky way to sum an array of numbers, actually. Wow. Very Code Warsy, because eval is dangerous with untrusted input, but that's a cool one, alright. AX. I don't know what that is. Oh, wealth splice. Okay, so that's removing and setting. That's a weird way. They're just not using the index to set. Someone's still doing work here. For each loop to make the sum. Very disappointed I see no regular expressions here. But this is more of a mathy one, so I think it's understandable. We can let them off the hook for having no regex here. Yeah. Well, yeah, that was a pretty good one, folks. Let's jump back into the project. For those who don't know, Melody Dev and Sam KitKat are both also streaming right now. Fellow 100 devers doing some cool stuff. Melody's doing their she codes workshops, doing some JavaScript challenges. Sam, they're doing something with their portfolio. I think they're redesigning it. Feel free to check them out if you have not. But we're going to get back into the project. So let's set that timer back up. And we've pushed it off long enough. We got to do some CSS. I know, this is going to be the death of me, but we got to do it at some point. So npm run dev. Let's get this thing turned back on. And by CSS, I mean layout. We're just going to put things in a logistical order, not much else. So let's go to the home page. First, let's just log out. This is the home page. Very sad, very bland, very boring. Let's fix that. So we have here, let's look at the view. The index view, there we go. Oh, hey folks, everyone who's not up on the Discord, class is happening today. So yeah, 6:30, we're going in for class. We made it, folks. The break is like 30 minutes from being, or I guess it's an hour from being over, folks. We made it to the end of the break. I can use some Bootstrap, I don't know. Yeah, woo woo. No, yeah, let's throw some Bootstrap on it, why not? Why not? It's been a while. I'll last use Bootstrap, well, I think when it was in version 3, so yeah, this will be a good refresher. Ooh, npm I. Can I just CDN link it out? Yeah, CDN link it. So yeah, this will be header. So we'll shove that up there. We want the JavaScript bundle. Yeah, I like some JavaScript bundles. Okay, love that. I don't care about customizing. Show me the guide. Okay, how do I do this again? Getting started. Yeah, I'm glad, Mobby, because that's how it was back in my day. I just wanted to make sure it's like, you need 15 bundlers. Like, I don't want 15 bundlers. Make sure my viewport is set. So yeah, we're getting a free little dive into Bootstrap. Ooh, they have a 1. I have 1.0. Let's fix that. Include the CSS and JS I have. They put the JS at the bottom. So I will too. So let's go to our footer. Shove it down here as they recommend. You can also include Popper and our JS separately. I'll use Popper, sure. Next steps, important globals, responsive meta. Do I have my English? I do have my English. We switched. Okay, I'm glad you did that. Global. Okay. I guess I should go to the quick links. Okay, this isn't really. Yeah, you're right. It is the easiest way to do a lot of this stuff, and I have used it in the past. So yeah, it's a good just get some style without going from scratch. Where's the page listing all the things custom? Oh, okay, here it is. Yeah. layout, breakpoints, containers. Okay, all the cool stuff. Where's nav? Control F. Where's my nav bar? Yeah. I was typing in the wrong place. There you go, nav bar. Okay, just show me the example. I will copy and paste it. This is how I do most of my styling libraries. I will copy and paste it. Find a nice looking one. This one looks nice. Fancy. Forms. Okay, we're not up there yet, so. Classes, avoid list-based approach. Okay. So let's take this and make it work for us. So in my header, we have a basic nav bar. Let's make it a bootstrap nav bar. Drop it in there. So nav, all this stuff. Anchor, nav bar. I don't know what that is, but start shoving our stuff in here. Current page, so that will be an EJS powered thing. But we have list. We have some conditional stuff, so let's drag that up here. So if this and our individual li looks like this, anchor logout. I think we'll href. Looking at the pattern, it seems they href after log out. Otherwise, we're doing this logic. I took the exampled one, so that is lovely. Log in, sign up, sign up. So that should be our nav bar looking so much better. We'll figure out what that other stuff is in a momento. Yeah, look at that nav bar. Looks beautiful. Don't need pricing. For list, we do need list. There we go. Is there some mobile responsive built-in stuff that we're doing here? There it is. So this is the stuff I wanted to keep. Pairwise. Now that I think about it, the homepage is kind of bland, so I also need to add an area current. It says we're always on the home page, which is not true. I'm trying to figure out what this is meant. Okay, so I have to add this to the current one. Okay, so let's see. EJS get current URL. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Quinn Sab. Hope your day is doing well. I have to pass it to the thing. That's not cool. That's fine though. Okay, so let's see. Alright, current, so I'll basically give the active class and this other stuff. Cool, well this one will never be active. These two can be active. href is /. Suppose the home page does need something on it. Yeah, Pairwise Sorter is something that can go in the nav bar. Go, and that link can just go home. Keep all that stuff going. I suppose I'll just copy for now my README contents. And again, I'll make this kind of a landing page for it, but that is not exactly entertaining stream content. That is copywriting. I'll leave that for later. Okay, so looks like I do need to pass the URL to all the things. So all of my .render calls, which not that many of them. URL request.url. So yeah, I get to add that to everything, which is kind of a tedious bummer, but I could do it. I could do some generic, but I'd rather not. I got both their routes. These ones are specially handled because I never made them their own controller. Well, I think auto format can handle that. Thank you. Oh, auto format went real crazy there. That's word wrap. Love to see it. Okay, so we have this. We're just gonna spit it out, see what it is. So JSON stringify, not data, but URL. Let's see what it is we got. There it is, /login. So that's how we do our activity toggles. We could go for a full-on include, but we're doing it 4 times. We're fine. You know what? We'll actually go for the include. 'Cause 4 times is 4 times too many. Includes templates, nav link. Then we have URL, href, content. These are all the 3 things that go. So URL is this. That's not it. URL is the variable we already have. href is this. Content is home. There we go. Now we'll create the nav link little component. EJS. And we will copy this into here. And this sort of stuff starts going wild. So template logic URL triple equals href. So if it's the href, then we are active. Otherwise, we are nothing. We have another conditional of basically the same logic, but this one will conditionally add an ARIA attribute. So if URL equals href, then we add area current page equals this, otherwise nothing. Finally, we do normal templating, where we're just spitting in the href here, spitting the content here. So we have componentized this little component. And we have done that for home. Do it for list, for a logout, login, and sign up. Now, if I can be cool about this, we can do template magic. Let's see if we can do template magic here. Nope, not there. Okay, so this is the only one that's not going to be it, so I'll have to do from the front, not the back, which I can traverse forward, grab the href, traverse forward here, paste the href, go home, and here we go. Nope, I messed it up. Nope. Okay, so if I go end, then back 4 characters, that's my content. Ooh, and I'm EJSing and EJS, so this is going to be weird. Oh, that needs to be a string. And this is the part where we will use template literals. It's been a hot moment since we used them. In which we can escape username, because this is back to plain old JavaScripty. I think those are the nav links auto-magically generated. Now I should wrap them in nav items, but we just want to see if this works. Cannot include file templates nav link because this is relative. I am already inside the templates folder, so I just want the nav link. Whoa, anonymous, thanks for the donation. Appreciate it greatly. You the best. Thanks for being helpful. I appreciate it. I'm just trying my best, you know? Don't know why my notification didn't show the message, but yeah. I'm always happy to help. Anonymous. Yeah, just showing my experience to see, like, this is the way it works for me. Y'all can learn something that'd be cool. Otherwise, you can learn how not to do something. Either way, something can be learned. So this still isn't working. I'm unable to find closing tag. So this is line 24, the first one. Okay, so navlink might not have it. Aha, so good process elimination. There's no closing tag around here. There it is. Nope, that's not it. This is very readable. We're getting there, folks. Okay, let's do some cleanup here. Ah, there's the missing thing. Hey, there we go. Now what did this just do? We got double home. Wait, Sherlock Holmes? What's all the homes about? Ah, because that is supposed to be list. Love to see it. Aria 1. Yeah, so the purpose of, I'll be honest, I don't know why exactly it's here, but it is added in the bootstrap template. And hey, thanks for coming on by there. Pudugata Pamen. Again, Bootstrap says you should add the area current attribute on the active nav link. I know this improves accessibility. I don't know exactly how, but they say to do it. So I am doing it with EJS, saying if the URL equals the current place, then add it. Otherwise, add nothing. I think I got it working. Yeah, so if we're home... Yeah, I mean, it's all good. It's like, this is why we use libraries, right? So we don't really need to think about these things that are important, don't get me wrong. They should be thought of, and they do need to be considered in production environments, but the library has put in that effort for us. So we don't need to. Anyway, would you look at that? It's subtle, but there's dark and then there's gray, and it travels us to whatever page we go. Yeah, it's very complex. That versus time zones, I don't know which one is more complex, but I wouldn't want to try either one. Manually, that is, so just let the experts do it. Now we're going to increase our nav item better. It has toast built in. Yes, that's the popper library that Bootstrap was mentioning. It allows you to do the toasting thing, I think. One of them. It's some of the JavaScript that's optional that allows you to do the toast with Bootstrap. That did exist when I used it, so I am a little familiar with it. I might actually use it too on this thing after I finish adding all these. Yeah, I can imagine, yeah, for sure. Nav bar nav, so just look at this. I know this is very boring, but how I componentize this. I love components, folks. If y'all didn't figure it out by now, I love me a component. Yeah, I can see that for sure, G-Bounty. If, yeah, getting that load speed down can be a tough one. So, what am I trying to do? At this point, so I need to do a thing for my message to Hickey. I could go toast. What would the toast look like? Ooh, that does look like a cool thing. Toast. I do want toast, right? It has been a long time since I messed with Bootstrap. I don't remember all components. What is a popover? Click to toggle. Oh, it's a fancy tooltip. Yeah, it's not too much more than I remember from before. That does make things lively. Is there not? There it is, alert. That's the name I was looking for. I might use this instead. There we go. So I'll probably use an alert. There we go. And look at this code right here. Yoink. So I'm using .message. I think it's fine to just drop it to alert because I'm not using that anywhere else. Well, I am using it somewhere else. I just need to type things right. Message. That's literally just my code name. That's fine for me. Now I'm not passing any information here. All of my messages are angry, so I can automatically set these to the red one. Danger! Then I have to actually use local's message. You go, Copilot. You know what? We don't need all those lines. Ooh, this pumping song here. Okay, so let's go. Let's go get the message. Go log in as something wrong. Beautiful. It's a bit it's fine. Danger zone. Yeah, we in the danger zone. Did I do some CSS to make this thing super wide, or is it just being wide? Yeah, okay, so this is just it being it. Fine with me. What do we call containers, right? We want to chuck everything in a container. We want to check main. Huh. It's been a while. Wide is default. That's cool, that's cool. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done this container class. Maybe that's what I want. Yeah, resend. Yeah, okay, that's a little better. I'm not going to be too picky. Okay, I want to center stuff now. I'm being picky. Pickiness has arrived. Center the elements with transform. I mean, sure, I'll throw that on there. Just throw all the classes. That's not what we're supposed to do. Oh, random to purple and green. Not much of a big change there, huh? I think it was last Aqua. Okay, what's the proper way to center stuff? Okay, oh, so you position relative to the parent, then do the thing. Okay. No, I'm honestly not that concerned about centering it anymore. It looks good as it is. Let's get that GitHub badge. So this poor thing is now no longer visible. So I suppose I need to bootstrapify this with a position sticky. That's what I want. Got scammed? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess the random kind of gave us the same thing, huh? Okay, I'll do one for you. There you go. Aqua and wow. This random sweet ain't that random, huh? There we go. That's a different one. Math. That's what random sometimes gets you. The same thing. Hey, thanks for the follow there. Put up in Palmen. I don't think it needs that class, honestly. I don't need to do that. Yeah, where'd it go? For randoms. I mean, that's how math works. Hey, there you go, X metrics. It's, yep, you're the first one to get to the redemption. As it says, yeah, you were first. First into a 4-hour stream. I don't ask. Nobody ask. So I need to give this thing like a Z index now, don't I? So I do gotta do some manual CSS, it appears. Z index of 1. 1,000. 1,000. There you go. When in doubt, just okay. Why is this not working? Oh, it doesn't have the class. Well, that would help. No. Oh. Position is something other than static. Okay. Fixed. Nope. Okay, I just need to do that apparently. Yeah, so I want position fixed top right 0. The index can probably just be 1. Nope, it needs to be 1. There we go. These are all my lovely CSS properties. Now, is there a bootstrap way to say all this stuff? Ah, there is a bootstrap way to say all this stuff. Page ribbons. Yeah, that's what these are called. Making an animated page peel. Oh, okay, I don't know. That's too much CSS for me. I just copied this thing from something. I was like, that looks good. But dang, that does sound... I don't even know how those work, to be honest. X metrics. That would be cool, though. That would be cool. I'm trying to find the bootstrap way of doing this, right? So... Z index. How do I set Z index in bootstrap? Is there no way to do that? Oh, Mo, you got it here for us, X metrics? What do you got here? The index plays a part, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so it looks like I can't really do half of it there. I can hard code those other ones, though. CSS page curl. Oh, looks like you got one. Okay, we're all bringing the code pins today. Ah, that little thing. Hover over page curl to resize. Nice. Ah. But he's thinking, like, what would I show behind it, though? That's cool and all, but, like, what would I show behind it? I don't know. I think there's a few more things that need CSS before I go flashy, cool animations. Those two are cool, those G-Bounty and X metrics. It does look like, I mean, it's pure CSS. How would I add it to that thing? Welcome. Yeah, I am here, C Films. Oh, of course, huh, Mavi? Yeah, that's what I should totally just have a little hidden link back there, huh? Add the 90 nostalgia. Oh no, you took me back for this one. Yikes. Yeah, I remember this. Whew. Bring all the nostalgia back, huh? Yeah. It's crazy this thing works. Like how they made it, you know. That's some crazy stuff. Aw, Clippy's still around. They got the new Clippy, right? Ooh, fixed top. That's what I want. What I really want. And just do the Z index. Hey, look at that. Bootstrap. Clippy JS. Is that a recreation of it? Oh no, I was more of a Merlin person now. I was very much Merlin. Oh wow. Hey, C Films. Wow, that's it's crazy. Someone would rebuild all this. Yeah, it's definitely all kinds of cool, fun things we can add back to sites. You can definitely see that ending up in my portfolio. You all know who inspired it. Okay, let's try a container, right? This should be the home page. Yeah, welcome back, welcome back. Back we are. Index EJS. Class container. Let's see if that does a thing we want. So I want stuff centered. Translate mural, really what we're supposed to do? Okay, maybe I want a line. Am I ready? Yeah, I'm ready for class. I'm ready for class. Only 30 minutes to go. See films, right? We're all hyped. Oh, a line middle. Nope, that's not middle. A line. No, that's not it. There we go. Horizontal alignment. Okay, it's a flexbox thing. No, maybe it's not worth it. Not worth it. I'm gonna move on. Although I will make main a class thing, so header main is main. Here it is. There we go. Just give us some more spacing going around. Let's go straight to the forms. Forms are fun. Oh, where is it? I know it's around here somewhere. Forms. There we go. So essentially all this stuff. So let's go and copy that. Login EJS. Technically, I suppose login and sign up could look basically identical. Wow. Okay, they are identical. We are simplifying this. Templates. Auth EJS. So they don't, remember, never include those. What do we call this? Header. Actually, the header shouldn't, I mean, it can be part of it. And then will be action. And then will be button. There we go. And besides that, they are identical. So once we're here, we can include auth. Setting header to sign up. So user's already user. This thing needs to be done everywhere. Sign up. Action. Sign up. Button. I mean, I suppose the text can be the same for both. At that point, I can call it. I'll call it text. Okay, with that, call this text, and we call this text. We can both use. Well, let's go to the login page. And login. So that makes styling a lot easier. Because now we only have one thing to style. Am I logged in? Oh yeah, because I'm not logged in yet, so I can modify list. Okay, it's form time. So we have a form, class form label, form control, form text. Okay, so label form. Looks like they do not include them inside of it, so let's copy one of the examples, but we don't have an email help. Copy this example. Type is empty. Here we go. I think all I'm missing here is the names. So ID, username, ID, password, and instead be, well, in addition to, because styling. Looks progress to me. There we go. Look at that. They're doing the thing. I would like it to be a little smaller. Nope, that's not how it works. Never mind. That's good enough for me. Oh, we do need a button class on this. Is there anything special for submit buttons? Okay, I could probably look it over all my buttons. Okay, let's find all the buttons. Let's see what kind of buttons I have available to me. Show me the buttons. Primary is fine for me. It's boring, it's plain, but it does work. There's gotta be a way to center text in Bootstrap. Oh, text center. There it is. There we go. And I kind of want everything to be centered, so... Would I just chuck this on main? Maybe that's my cheat. Oh, never mind. Maybe form label's overriding it. Nope. Okay, we're not getting centered on those. Okay, log in, sign up. They're both here. Meh, it's appropriate. List. This is the next one to go to, our list of lists. Okay, we can go copy that from auth. Boop. Boop, so for name, new list name, button class, button primary, and with that it should look a little better. New list name, yep, it's working. Oh, so your list should not be here. Probably should have a list. ABC. There you go. So now we're showing a list of things. We need this to look pretty. List group. Is that what they're calling them now? UL class list group and list group item. Gotcha. Looks fine to me. Active for selection, disabled. Ooh. Actionable buttons. How do you want this? List group item action. Okay. It's an anchor, not a button. That's true though. Buttons you can make disabled. Okay, I like this right here. So list group Make the things. Oh, so I'm just completely not using a UL anymore. Cool. So yeah, we're ditching all this. Bootstrap said so we're doing it. We ditch the LI. Boom, 11 this, and these will take us to where it says. Good. I don't think we want anything more. Yeah, this is completely fine for me. Yeah, vertical's fine. Badges. I could do a fancy badge. Ooh, do I have what do I have access to? Let's spit it out. JSON stringify, list, null2, shield. I have a list of items. So if I add an item, def, look at my list of lists. There we go. I have an item's length, which means I can add the cool little badgy thing, which is this right here. So I have an anchor, which has content. And if I just hard code the 14, lovely, it's not in the right place. I need the rest of these. There we go, the rest of these. Lovely. Now instead of 14, it is list items length. And this will only be if there's actually a length. So let's conditional if list items length. Thank you, Copilot. Well, there actually is some in there. Why aren't we seeing it? Let's see what items we got. We have an item. It's not doing something. Let me set the time, update the timer. Oh, that's not how math works. Well, there we go. Until class. Okay, so this is working if you have a length. So let's just say not. Let's invert it. Let's just spit it back out there. That's not working anymore. So Copilot wrote this for me after I had working code. Okay, Copilot, what have you done to my working code? Aha, it changed it to BG primary. It broke my code. Let's make another list. And we go to our list. We see it be missing. Perfect. And we can do it with a little separation there. Okay, this is good. We can stop stringifying this. Now for the last two pages is the actual list view and the compare. So on our list template we have a whole bunch of buttons. We want a button group. Button or list group? It's a list group. Nope, we want a button group. There we go. Well, this is literally what I want. I'm taking it. So, button group, layer, controls, actions. That's a good one. Do they have to be buttons? Look, these can be anchors as long as you just give them the right class. That's good with me. So, anchoref class, button primary, class, button primary. Yeah, they're all. Okay, I'm just copy and pasting the whole chunk at this point. You're all primary buttons. Congratulations. Copy it with the prefix, not the suffix. And then we have adding a new thing. So let's, because that kind of lives in its own world. So y'all get indented, but I have to go back to this view. Basically copy these three. Go back here. Item name, new item. I could componentize this even further, but I ain't gonna do that. Add item, goodbye there. Name. Good. Okay, this should look marginally better. Ooh, look how... it's okay. It's all still shoved, but at least it looks... Uh-oh, that didn't work. Class, button, group. Each one gets a button and button primary. Why aren't they being... Oh, because they're in forms. I give the forms a class of button primary. Will that be cool? Sadness. So I have to nest it. See if that works. It's probably gonna look all weird now. It does. I can just swap them with anchors, to be honest, because they are all gets. So yeah, we're swapping them with anchors. So here comes the logic. Yeah, I mean, it did look better. It's just, my expectations were way higher than they met, you know? So they looked better, it's just I was expecting more. Oh, that's bad. Multi-cursor magic, come on. Okay, we'll just have to do it manually. We'll do it live. So the opening of these two button tags, swap them to anchor. After the class, set the href equal to that. We go to the end. Open, I automatically got swaps. We go to the front. There we go, 3 anchors, all looking happy together beside you. Oh, and the great thing is, since I componentized all these things, I just gotta go over here and basically write them out. List. And we're choosing a boring list now, so class list group, class list item, very amazing. Nope. What went wrong? What went wrong? List item, not items. Nope, that went wrong. Class list group item. Hey. It's crazy what one change does. Okay, now I'm gonna make this into tabs eventually, but probably ain't got time to do so now. But we can do the last 2 lists. So that is unsorted, which is right here. These will both become anchors. Okay, select anchors. Href is this. Class button primary. Drop the closing form. I want the button group, so div class button group. We'll call these list actions. There we go, list actions. We'll copy this. And what is this? Item actions. Loving that. Indentation. Fix that div. There we go. It's UI's mess, but it's okay. Class equals list group. And for these LIs, list group item. It's acceptable. I know how to fix it though from the other one. In the list, I can do all this flexing stuff. Yeah, that'll push it over to the right. Not this one, this one. Boop, just do the magic, abracadabra. Hey, there we go. You know what, for the edit button, we're gonna go give it a big red. That's not a red. I'm looking for red. Danger. Oh, it's literally called danger, right? The big danger button. Yeah, delete and reset. Good. Reset also is kind of a warning, so you'll get the warning. There we go. We'll go ahead and color up these ones too. Warning. What do we have here? Danger. Looking good. Yeah, it's amazing what a little bootstrap will do, huh? Just a little bootstrap. Then we need to add another item. Refids. Yeah, I'm all hyped for class. How about you, Ryan? It's only a matter of minutes now. Matter of minutes. Nope, only Ryan's allowed to be Hive Grat Cane. I'm sorry to say it. No one else is allowed. Yeah, we're hyped too. No, it's good. It's good. If you get Ryan's permission, maybe you can be. Posture check. Oh yeah, I'm very almost there. Nine minutes to go. Okay, last thing, comparisons. It's the last thing we got left to style. Heck yeah. Oh, I guess we can style this thing too. So the compare page. I actually do kind of want this. We just want these set of actions to be buttons, or anchors rather. All aboard! Hype train all aboard! A href there, class equals button primary, go up to the parent, up to that parent, go down to there, down to there, kill the last form, which is the last anchor, make this from a UL to a div, class. Copilot. I was really looking forward to you. All aboard. Sorry, I'm just checking over there, make sure it's like, did it go? Nope, it didn't go yet. Save that. Big try. There we go. Those buttons are starting to look close. There we go. Left greater than or equal to. I'll figure that out later. Actually, we could probably use the same trick we've been using 5 times over. This whole flexer thing. Flex magic. Don't know how it works, just gonna keep using it everywhere. Do the thing. There we go. Look at that. Centered. That's all things should be. Oh, it's gonna be any moment now. I might as well do the last page. Comparisons. Swap this with an anchor. href to there. Class button. Button primary. Class. That is actually not a list, it's just a thing. All the divs. Divity div div. Eleven that. This is a UL, so a class of list group. This is a class of list group item. Then for the compare, we swap this out with some flex magic. And there it is. With some weird line text, but that is correct. Hey, thanks for the follow there, It's Rye. Hope your day's been going well. If you don't know, we are mere minutes away from 100 devs starting. Literally like 4 minutes away at this point. So the stream will be ending with a raid over there as soon as they go live. But we did actually manage to finish all the UI for this project here. Thanks for the suggestion to actually use Bootstrap. I wouldn't have made it in time otherwise. That would have been for sure. And we're not calling this a new feature. No, so we just added some UI magic. Yeah. And now, I mean, technically it was usable before, but now it's like usable for y'all. Now, you know what? I don't need VS Code being super slow. Get diff, I can look at it myself. Yeah, let's see. All we did, front end, front end, front end, front end, front end. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, I mean, it's just me as I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do it manually. It's like, we don't need to do that manually. It's always good to remember that ain't gotta build everything from scratch. Okay, let's go ahead and log in real quick. Yours truly. Okay, I just wanted to make sure this thing still worked. Any moment now. And with that, we will push this up to the world. I think the site is right here. I haven't refreshed this page in a while. Yeah, so yeah, we didn't get to CI/CD, but y'all have kind of seen that one for my quotes API. It's not that different. Man, y'all already needed to start off as a hype train, didn't ya? Come on, Leon, go live. Might as well set the timer properly. I think we have exactly 60 seconds, folks. Again, appreciate y'all. Yeah, Dev Mozzie, we're here. We are all hyped. Oh, you beat me to it, Ryan. Yeah, Dev Mozzie, fellow 100 dev streamer, doing some cool stuff. I think. Oh, we just went live. Okay, folks, I'll see you all over there. Don't forget about Sam Kit Kat. They're also fellow 100 dev streamer right now. Start the raid right now. Thanks for choosing this place to hang out while we get ready. Let's go. I'll hit the button as soon as it's ready. Ooh, that chill music. It's been a long time, folks. See you over there. We online.